Hello, hello. How are you guys doing? Everybody okay? We got about 250 of you tuned in. Wonderful, wonderful. So first things first, first order of business, roll call. Tell me where you guys are tuning in from. I always love to survey you and see where you guys are watching from. I think it's beautiful. By the way, we got 270 watching now, but only 130 likes, which is scandalous. Come on, guys. Drop a WMD on the like button. Don't disappoint me. Let's go. Yalla, yalla, yalla. We have people tuning in from... I can't even keep up. What the hell? I can't read it. It's whizzing past. I can't read anything. New York, Las Vegas, Michigan, New Zealand, the UK, Somerset. We got California, the Middle East. That's a bit vague. Tasmania in Australia, New York, Chicago. Humps or home? I don't know if that was someone from Syria or it just said home. We got 300 people watching. Come on, man. Hit the like button. Don't be cheap. I don't know which one of you said that last time, but that made me laugh. Oh, one of you said you're watching from the Great Satan. Ah, an American. Oh, man, that's amazing. You guys just like destroyed the chat. You just flooded it. Unbelievable. Mashallah. You just destroyed it. So anyway, I'm really happy you guys are here. It's really good to kind of, you know, make the atmosphere a bit more pleasant, especially when we're about to dive into this horrible stuff. I'd like to call it easing into the bullshit. So, yeah. By the way, I'm on Rockfin as well. So if you guys are watching on Rockfin, make sure you sound off there as well. And okay, I mean, shall we get into it? Who wants to hear about the latest human atrocity? Is putting it in, you know, an interesting way. Who wants to hear about that? So I thought that I would start out by giving you an update of the war, right? Tell you how the war is going, what's happening, and things like that. So let me begin by showing you a situation report. Yes, boy. Indeed, we shall. Oh, by the way, I just want to say one more thing. I almost forgot. You guys are insane. You guys are nuts. I think last week, not even last week, a few days ago, we were at like 380 subscribers on Patreon. 100 people signed up. 100 of you signed up on Patreon. I think that's amazing. So thank you very much for that. I really appreciate it. You know, you got people donating $1 a month, other people donating more. I don't care. I'm just grateful, and I'm happy that you guys are supporting the show. It really means a lot to me. That's great. Okay, 388 people watching, but only 300 likes. Come on, man. Pump up those numbers. Last time you got the live stream, I think up to 2,000 likes or something insane. To be fair, I was the only one who was doing a live stream, like for 6 hours covering the bloody war. So again, that's why you guys are subscribed. I know you appreciate it. So I will get right into the update and give you the latest on what's happening. Okay. So as I said, just a brief update to tell you what's happening in Ukraine, tell you what the situation looks like. Here's a live map of the conflict. The red marks are Russian troops, okay? Now, as you can see, they're mostly above Crimea in the Donbass region, and of course the matter of Kiev, the capital, right? So you've been hearing conflicting reports about whether the Russians are actually they actually have Kiev surrounded or they don't have it surrounded. I'm going to be honest with you. There's a lot of like hero stories, which we'll get to in a second, but which don't add up, right? We've been hearing a lot of things like, oh, these Russian jets have been shot down, and yet there's no videos of it. But in any case, John Sweeney, who you might know from the BBC, he's in Kiev, and he was saying, you know, he was basically just filming with his phone. He was saying that it's particularly silent. It's quite eerie. There's no shelling. There's nothing happening in Kiev. And so people are wondering, are the Russians going to launch an offensive? What's going on? I'll give you my theory in a second, but I just wanted to show you a couple of these this channel over here has been making maps, which are quite interesting, showing you the progression from day one, right, of the Russian forces going into Ukraine. So this is day one, right? So you can see Kharkiv not doing too well. I'm going to fast forward over here to day 4, which is where we're at now. You can see they've taken... hold on, give me a second. There you go. So Kiev isn't taken as of now, as of day 4, and Kharkiv is there's heavy fighting there, right? From what I'm seeing. Now, this is very interesting because another huge escalation in this fight now, as the Western media, they're calling it an escalation. I'll give you my thoughts afterwards. But Vladimir Putin, the Russian president, has put the deterrent forces on high alert. Now, I'm going to do a whole segment on that in a moment, but when we say deterrent forces, I'll translate that for you. It means nuclear, okay? So while that sounds very worrying, at the same time, there's actually some good news. This was reported a few hours ago that the Ukrainian president, Zelensky, agreed on Sunday, so today, to have Ukrainian officials take part in talks with Russia without preconditions, even as exactly as I mentioned with the nuclear forces, right? So Zelensky says that we agreed that the Ukrainian delegation would meet with the Russian delegation without preconditions on the Ukrainian-Belarusian border near the Pripyat River. So that's good. I think everyone in the world is in agreement. The best thing would be for the war to stop and everyone come to an agreement. I think that is without question the number one objective, and I really hope that it works out. Now, I want to show you something else from a few days ago. This is from February 26th. John Pilger, I'm just going to show you the tweet that he posted, but I've seen this reported elsewhere. So John Pilger on Twitter said, "News you won't read. On Thursday, Putin reportedly offered peace if Ukraine embraced neutrality and rejected NATO's arms. Ukraine's President Zelensky was elected in 2019 largely by ethnic Russians on a platform to make peace with Russia." So that's something that people have highlighted as, irony, because the guy's in a war with Russia. He hasn't forsworn NATO membership, which is a shame because the people who elected him had hoped he would do something along those lines, or at least maintain a peace with Russia. And, this is a very regrettable situation. But this is very interesting because what I saw reported, and this was from Sputnik, so of course you'll have your regular neoliberal Democrat trolls saying, Kremlin news, whatever. They'll say it's not true. But I haven't seen Zelensky deny it. I haven't seen anyone in Ukraine deny it. And that's what John Pilger said, is that Putin offered to... I think he straight up just paused the operation and offered to enter negotiations with the Ukrainians. And then they didn't hear back anymore from Kiev. And so they kept on with the operation. This is after it already started, right? After the invasion started. So I'm happy to see that there's a chance that there will be talks or some sort of agreement. What I think happened is that Zelensky felt emboldened because, he's got NATO shoving weapons up his butt. They're trying to cram, Stinger missiles as far up as they can. And I think he again, it's not just up to him. I can assure you he has people making decisions for him in London and New York. In Washington. But actually, New York isn't too far off, right? With Wall Street, they always make they call shots. But my point here is that NATO has a stake in this, and you cannot forget that. You cannot act like, well, here's Russia and here's Ukraine, and they're having a fight. No, this is a geopolitical issue. There are many other countries involved. It's just like when you talk about Syria, you can't just act like, it's a civil war. No, it's not a civil war. There are tons of actors involved. And so Zelensky has NATO backing him, and he doesn't call the shots alone. They would never let him. Quite simply. So what I think, again, I'm just speculating, and I think it's reasonable to believe so, is that a few days ago on Thursday, when the Russians didn't hear back from Kiev anymore, it's probably because, the NATO is telling him, don't accept, just take the weapons and keep going. So in any case, my point, whatever the case may be, my point is that I'm happy there's a chance that they enter talks, and I really hope it something good comes to fruition. Now, I'm going to get to I'm going to get to the rest of it in a minute, but I just wanted to show you a bit from this UN report. So this is from the United Nations, from OCHA, right? And they're giving you an update. Now, keep in mind, this is from 1 day ago. This is from 26th of February. So I would assume some of these figures are not exactly the same, but I still wanted to give you their latest report. And they're saying Russian troops entered Ukraine with intense fighting ongoing across major cities, including the capital, Kiev, Kharkiv, Kherson, and Odessa, among others. And, of course, in the Donbass region. And then they said, as of 5 p.m., 26th February, the UN reported at least 240 civilian casualties, including at least 64 dead. So I'm assuming, because most people colloquially, when they say casualties, they mean dead. But I think in this case, they're talking most of them are wounded and 64 are dead. And so they also say damage to civilian infrastructure has left hundreds of thousands of people without electricity or water. Hundreds of homes have been damaged or destroyed, while bridges and roads damaged by shelling have left some communities cut off from markets. I've seen also the mayor of Kiev talking about low food supplies, just civilians in Ukraine talking about, because everything's closed. So obviously it doesn't make it easy to fill up your pantry. So there are concerns about food, just because everyone's on lockdown, essentially. Now, according to the UN, more than 160,000 people have reportedly been internally displaced. So again, when we talk about internally displaced, that means they've left their homes, but they're inside Ukraine. They haven't gone outside Ukraine. Okay, that's what it means. And they say over 116,000 have been forced to flee across international borders into neighboring European countries. Government estimates as many as 5 million refugees in worst case scenarios. And of course, there's been a lot. I'm going to get into the situation at the border where people are trying to get into Poland, for example. Some really, really racist stuff going on, which I'll break down in a second for you. But yes, there are lots of people who are internally and internationally displaced now as a result of the conflict. It's always very, very tragic. Having seen that happen in Syria, my heart goes out to them. I don't think anyone should have to live through that. That sucks. That's really bad. And in any case, expect these figures to be a bit different now because this was from 1 or 2 days ago. Another update that I can give you, the EU has shut down its airspace for Russian planes. So this is from the BBC. These are the countries that have, you can see in blue, the countries that have planned an airspace ban for Russian flights. So the way that the EU has put it, they've said, well, we're not going to let any more Russian planes through European airspace. And that includes the oligarchs, right? You keep hearing this term oligarchs, which to me is kind of amusing because the people saying it, especially when it's coming from the US, you turn on the corporate media, you turn on CNN, and they're talking to you about Russian oligarchs, while at this exact same moment, you have American oligarchs denying you healthcare, denying you good wages, denying you dignity. So, it's like, the focus of it is really, it's something. Anyway, so the EU Commission, the head of the EU Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, she announced this, and we'll play you a couple of videos from her in a moment. But yeah, basically all such planes, including the private jets of oligarchs, as I told you, will now be unable to land in, take off from, or fly over any EU nation. And so as a result, Russian plans have also been banned from UK airspace. You have to keep in mind, this is something that happens a lot in international relations. There's always a tit for tat, right? And, that could be anything. For example, Israel attacks Iran and then its nuclear program, and then Iran beefs up its nuclear program as a result, right? The UK bans CGTN and then China bans the BBC. Here, the EU bans Russian planes, Russia bans UK planes, and so on, right? There's always a tit for tat. And so Russia's biggest airline Aeroflot said it would cancel all flights to European destinations as a result of the in a retaliatory move. So again, tit for tat. So these are some of the brief updates, and of course I'm going to dive into detail right now. But one of you in the comments, you're asking, did I already miss peace talk status, Richard? Again, I can only tell you what has been confirmed. This is coming from the Ukrainian president, that there will be peace talks. I mean, I'm assuming they're going to talk about peace, not what kind of sausages they like. So they're going to have some discussions tomorrow. Again, I'll read it to you. The Ukrainian delegation will meet with the Russian delegation without preconditions on the Ukrainian-Belarusian border near the Pripyat River. Again, I only hope for the best for both parties. I think this is really important. Now, I'm just speculating, but what I think is that the Russians have refrained from really launching a full offensive. And I'll elaborate more on that in a second, but I think the reason for that is they've wanted. I mean, you've had civilians that have already been killed. That I just read them to you, the figures. But my point is that I don't think it's worse because the Russians are trying to avoid killing civilians. Right? That's why they haven't flattened the capital city or seized the government buildings. And so what I think they're trying to do is create leverage, as we've been talking about, in order to force the Ukrainian government's hand and so on. You've seen a lot of talk in the mainstream media about Vladimir Putin wanting to, unleash 200,000 troops, and it's going to be like a D-Day Normandy invasion, and he's going to go to he's going to go to Kiev, and he's going to install a puppet government after he overthrows the Zelensky. I mean, that hasn't happened. Look. Let's not kid ourselves here. This is Russia we're talking about. They have more nukes than any other country. If they really wanted to, they would have taken Kiev by now. They would have seized the government buildings and already put a puppet in place. That's obviously not the strategy. That's what the Western press thinks the strategy is, but very obviously it's not. And so what I think they're trying to do is create leverage to force the Ukrainians into negotiations. Again, it's very funny because while people are appalled at this, it's actually an American thing. They call it coercive diplomacy, and Nixon used this famously during the Cold War in Vietnam. They literally bombed the crap out of Vietnam in order to bomb the Viet Cong to the negotiating table. And I can assure you, it was much, much uglier than this. They had linebacker 1, linebacker 2, these operations where they just sent like dozens of B-52s just carpet bombing Vietnam. It's quite horrendous. But yeah, I just find it funny that the West is appalled at coercive diplomacy when it's actually something engineered by the Americans. But again, this is just me speculating that that's the goal. I think, given the facts that they haven't taken the capital, they haven't seized any government buildings, I think that's what's going on. So allow me to continue into the details. We have 700 people watching. Welcome, welcome. If you're not subscribed, make sure you subscribe. When the war started a few days ago, I was live streaming for 6 hours. Who knows how long we go on for today? Don't tempt me. But my point is, this is the spot. This is the spot to get your international news. If you're not subscribed, make sure you subscribe. I upload daily. I live stream multiple times a week. I'm your man when it comes to international politics. So let's continue onto the details here. Okay, I'm going to close this out. And there's so much to cover. It's honestly staggering. Like I have 15 million documents here. Okay, so I think we'll start with the headline that I've given you in the live stream, which is the nuclear, when it comes to the nuclear alert. Okay? Russian President Vladimir Putin has put Russia's deterrence forces, the nuclear forces, on high alert. And this is following a slew of economic sanctions against Russia. And I'm going to play to you the announcement when Putin was sitting with his cabinet and informing them of this decision and giving them the orders.
Уважаемые коллеги, вы видите, что западные страны предпринимают не только... Уважаемые коллеги, вы видите, что западные страны предпринимают не только недружественные действия в отношении нашей страны в экономической сфере, я имею в виду нелегитимные санкции, о которых все хорошо знают, но высшие должностные лица ведущих стран НАТО допускают и агрессивные высказывания в адрес нашей страны. Поэтому приказываю министру обороны и начальнику генерального штаба перевести силы сдерживания российской армии в особый режим несения боевого дежурства.
Yeah, so you've had a lot of memes online about his defense minister's face. He doesn't look too happy. Shoigu is his name, right? And the table also, apparently the Kremlin, they just love these long tables. I'm sure you've seen the memes with the French president Emmanuel Macron sitting, right opposite Vladimir Putin on some 20-meter table. Well, here's one of those again. In any case, I don't know whether, I'm not going to gauge the defense minister's emotions based on some frame, but in any case, that's what people are saying. Let me show you the response from the West. I'm going to show you the response from Jen Psaki, the White House spokesperson, the head of NATO, and a bunch of others. Take a look at their reaction to Putin putting Russia's nuclear forces on high alert.
This is really a pattern that we've seen from President Putin through the course of this conflict, which is manufacturing threats that don't exist in order to justify further aggression. And the global community and the American people should look at it through that prism. We've seen him do this time and time again. At no point has Russia been under threat from NATO, has Russia been under threat from Ukraine. This is all...
I'm sorry, I had to laugh at that. That's just...
a pattern from President Putin, and we're going to stand up for it. We have the ability to defend ourselves, but we also need to call out what we're seeing here from President Putin.
This is dangerous rhetoric. This is a behavior which is irresponsible. And of course, if you combine this rhetoric with what they are doing on the ground in Ukraine, waging war against the independent sovereign nation, conducting full-fledged invasion of Ukraine, this adds to the seriousness of the situation.
I'm not surprised at this information because Putin has tried every means possible to actually put fear in the world in terms of his action, and it just means that we have to ramp up our efforts here at the United Nations and elsewhere to hold him accountable.
So that at the end was the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, Greenfield. And, well, I mean, you can see what they're saying, right? They find this deplorable. They say it's nonsensical. It's reckless. I'm going to break this down to you. I know most of you already know this, but I'm going to explain it anyway for those who don't. You have a term that comes from the Cold War, which is mutually assured destruction. It's aptly named MAD, right? That's the acronym. And so the idea behind this is that, well, if the United States launches a nuclear weapon at Russia, Russia can also launch nuclear weapons at the United States, right? Even if they take out the capital, for example, even if they take out Moscow, Russia has nuclear submarines. So not just nuclear powered, nuclear armed as well. They have a nuclear payload on board that are, no one knows where they are. This is very, the countries that have these submarines, they keep this very classified for obvious reasons. And so, even if the capitals take out, even if the entire Russian country is taken out, you have Russian submarines in the oceans on the planet that can launch nuclear missiles at the United States and also, do the same and reciprocate the favor. And so, the other way around, vice versa. Now, Russia has more nuclear weapons than anyone, actually. So, there have been efforts in the past to reduce the nuclear arsenal on both sides. Let me just show you very quickly over here. You can see this is from Metro, right? You can see Russia has 6,257 nuclear weapons. The United States has 5,550. I mean, I'm gonna say this very simply. The number doesn't matter. Just a dozen of those are enough to just destroy the entire planet. You don't need 5,000. It's really the definition. It's the embodiment of the arms race and how senseless it is. But in any case, this dynamic continued past the Cold War, right? The Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore. Nevertheless, there is a balance of power in the world. And so I just find it a bit funny that they're appalled by Vladimir Putin putting Russia's nuclear forces on high alert. Because I can bet you your ass, the United States has done the same. They refuse to disclose the status. So it's not like they've denied it. They just won't tell us. Of course they have it on high alert. Absolutely, right? They have these different DEFCON stages. And so what's funny to me is that they're calling this reckless and a show of force because, Russia has been disconnected from SWIFT, not completely, but in part, and I'm going to get into that separately in a moment, SWIFT is an international banking system, right? And it's basically a form of sanctions, a punishment that they've taken against Russia. And so as a result, this is the announcement from Putin. How come? Well, disconnecting Russia from SWIFT has always been labeled a so-called nuclear option because financially speaking, it's so outrageous. You know, you can really, really cripple a country's economy from that if they're disconnected from the rest of the world. And so they haven't done this completely to Russia, but they have taken these measures, right, to put sanctions on Russia in all sorts of ways, including partial removal from SWIFT. And so the response from Putin the same day has been, we're going to raise the alert level in our deterrent forces. Again, deterrence in this case means nuclear, to high. And what that means concretely, I mean, again, I told you about the submarines. The submarines are ready to go at a moment's notice, right? They are already deployed in the oceans. They can launch at a moment's notice. And as a matter of fact, even if the capital is taken out, they have protocols for them to act independently if they cannot receive orders anymore. Okay, so they have a whole system set up for that. And the other thing, the silos is also another thing. But when it comes to bombers, nuclear bombers, that maybe is what he means. So, for example, the flight crews will be put on alert. They might be refueling the nuclear bombers. It doesn't mean, again, let me be clear, no one is going to bomb anyone right now. They're just getting ready to do that as a threat. So what Putin is doing here is basically signaling to the Americans, you better stop messing around. Because if you're going to go nuclear on our finances, you know, we're ready to pop off as well. You know, I do find it kind of, it is, you know, really primitive in a way what the nuclear powers do, you know, whether it's UK or anyone else with this deterrence. But the hypocrisy is funny because I can just point to a few examples. Last year, so this is early 2021, the United States was flying its B-52 nuclear bombers not over Iran, but right next to Iran, right? So that's what they call a show of force. And that's what Putin is doing here. It's a show of force. It's like, you better back off. You know, it's like gorillas going like this, or a peacock, you know, spreading the feathers and everything. It's back off. And I just find it funny because when the United States does it, they call it a show of force. There's nothing wrong with it. You know, like, of course, we're sending an aircraft carrier. We, meaning the Americans, are sending an aircraft carrier to the Persian Gulf. Of course, we're going to do a flyover of B-52s right next to Iran to provoke them and show them who's boss. Like, that's totally fine. Oh, it's a show of force, you know. But when Russia does it, oh, it's reckless. Oh, my God. I mean, you have to admit there's a double standard here. There is a double standard. And again, it's really kind of like, you know, someone just walking outside your house, not attacking you, but they're holding a machine gun and just walking like that, you know, giving you looks. That's what it is on an international scope, on an international level. And so, I mean, of course, I don't need to tell you that other countries have nukes. You know, the UK, Israel has an undeclared arsenal. China, North Korea, India, Pakistan, France. Notice how Iran is not on the map. But again, that's another issue. Now, this is also something else I wanted to show you. This is from back in 2019, I believe this was. Again, forgive me, I know it's Daily Mail, but I'm interested in the map. You can see how the Russian submarines have done exercises before where they can get very, very close to the U.S. I mean, to be fair, I remember in World War II, the Germans were already, you know, bringing their submarines off the coast of New York to see how far they could go in all of this. So every country has a way to deter the other, specifically the nuclear powers nowadays. And I really think the hypocrisy is staggering because when the US and the UK and the Western powers do it, it's a show of force. There's nothing wrong with it. You know, we're establishing our dominance. But when Russia does it, it's not even really a flyover. They're not actually flying bombers anywhere. It's just like, we're getting them ready just in case, because you've gone nuclear on our economy. And then they start acting like it's worse than what they do. I mean, it's not good. Don't get me wrong. I don't think anyone should be using bloody nukes, but it is hypocritical. And I think that Russia has been very clear before that if they get disconnected from SWIFT, from the international banking system, they would consider that as an act of war. And so my point here, what you guys need to understand is that just because the West take measures like sanctions or they punish countries economically, don't think for one second that it's not warfare, right? Because some people might be scratching their heads. Well, like, don't you think that's a bit of an exaggeration? You know, why are you responding with getting your nuclear forces on high alert to some sanctions? No, you don't get it. You don't get it. Siege warfare, you know, when they used to besiege a city in the Middle Ages or whatever, they, you know, in old days, they would encircle your city. You know, back then cities had walls, and they would just starve you out. They'd make sure no food is coming in. You know, you would die from disease or starvation or whatever it is, right? They would besiege you. And this is the same thing. It's just being done in a modern way, right? It's being done on an international scale. So they're starving countries out with sanctions. They do this with Syria. Syria right now, for example, 80% of the population are below the poverty line. I can assure you that was not because of Bashar al-Assad. Okay, that was not the case before 2011. That's a result of the war and specifically the sanctions. And so Iran as well has suffered because of sanctions. Cuba has been under an embargo for 60 years. You know, disconnecting a country from SWIFT, again, I'm going to have a whole segment on that in just a moment. It's really an act of war in many ways, because you are basically saying we are coming to starve you. So whether you kill people with bombs or by starving them, I mean, the result is quite the same. And the disruption that it does to the country's economy, to Russia's economy, is quite large, right? So again, I just wanted to give you this quick update. Hopefully nothing comes of it. You know, during the Cold War, there were much worse moments than this. And thankfully, war was averted. So we can only hope for the best and that everything is going to be okay. But, you know, don't think that other countries don't see economic sanctions as something peaceful or some kind of, you know, some mild remedial measure. No, they really, this hurts people and they take this seriously. And the United States, I'm pretty sure, would do the same if something of a similar caliber or something on a similar scale were done to them. So that's very, very important to keep in mind. We have 900 people watching. Welcome. I'm glad you're tuned in. We only have 500 likes. This is scandalous, man. Come on. Don't do me like that. Make sure you hit the like button, drop a nuclear weapon on it, drop a WMD, do what you got to do. And I hope we can get those numbers up. I already see them going up. Very good. So again, I don't know how many of you are new here. If this is your first time watching, or maybe you've been here before, but you haven't subscribed, make sure you subscribe, because YouTube is throttling the channel from what I can tell. We're doing a bit better now, but this is the spot for independent international news. Seriously, you're not going to get most of this stuff anywhere else. Not trying to blow smoke up my own ass, but I mean, I really dedicate a lot to it. So I hope you guys enjoy it and find it informative. We got a lot more to cover. Let's keep going. So let's move on to SWIFT, which I was just talking about a moment ago, and I'll explain what SWIFT is and how that works. So Russia has been sanctioned and removed partly from SWIFT, the international banking system. I'm going to play a couple of videos to you of Western leaders announcing these sanctions on Russia, and then I'll explain what SWIFT is and what they mean and how it impacts Russia's economy and the current conflict in Ukraine.
Відчувається, що Україна забула щирість та увагу усього нормального цивілізованого світу. А практичний результат – ось він, SWIFT. Це мільярди і мільярди збитків для Росії. Конкретна ціна за це підле вторгнення в нашу державу.
What you've seen just today is more countries joining the call of the UK to use SWIFT. SWIFT is the mechanism that stops people making payments to Vladimir Putin's Russia. It's incredibly important for tightening the ligature, the economic ligature around the Putin regime. And today you've seen more and more countries, France and others, coming forward to say that they will not block a banning, a boycott of SWIFT.
I will now propose to EU leaders the following measures. First, we commit to ensuring that a certain number of Russian banks are removed from SWIFT. This will ensure that these banks are disconnected from the international financial system and harm their ability to operate globally. SWIFT is the world's dominant global interbank payment system. Cutting banks off will stop them from conducting most of their financial transactions worldwide and effectively block Russian exports and imports. Second, we will stop Putin from using his war chest. We will paralyze the assets of Russia's central bank. This will freeze its transactions, and it made it impossible for the central bank to liquidate assets. And finally, we will work to prohibit Russian oligarchs from using their financial assets on our markets. All of these measures will significantly harm Putin's ability to finance his war.
Right, so that was the head of the EU Commission speaking there. I'll play you a clip from the British Foreign Secretary. So again, for the Americans, that's your equivalent of Blinken, of your Secretary of State. So this is what she said about cutting access to SWIFT for Russia.
Last night, the G7 agreed that we would cut access for Russia to the SWIFT banking system, that we would target the Russian central bank, that we'll be putting more sanctions on oligarchs and companies. And you can see the reaction in the international markets. You can see the damage already to the Russian economy. But I fear, Trevor, that this will be a long haul. Well, what I'm saying, though, is that the United Kingdom absolutely stands by Ukraine through this very long and difficult conflict.
So this is a statement from U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken. He says, quote, as a result of Putin's war on Ukraine, we join with the leaders of the EU, France, Germany, Italy, UK, and Canada to ensure key sanctioned Russian banks are disconnected from SWIFT, impose restrictions on Russian central bank, and further identify and freeze assets of sanctioned Russians. And among those sanctioned Russians are, of course, the Russian president himself, Vladimir Putin, and his foreign secretary, Lavrov. Here's a statement from Josep Borrell, right? So he's the EU foreign secretary. And he says over here that President Putin is trampling the statehood and identity of sovereign Ukraine and its people. I am convening for the fourth time this week EU foreign ministers for an extraordinary VTC to agree on concrete measures to cut Russia off from SWIFT and deliver lethal equipment to Ukraine. So what they're saying here is that this is really the most, I mean, it's true. This is the harshest economic measure they've ever taken against Russia. So these are not just normal sanctions. And in order to understand how significant this is that they've disconnected Russia from SWIFT partly, and I'll explain to you what they haven't disconnected in a moment. I just want to play you this clip from MSNBC. Surprisingly, it's brief and well explained, and it'll give you an idea of how SWIFT works.
Let me show you how this works. All right, let's say you're a Chase Bank customer in New York, and you need to send money to a friend who banks at Banque Populaire in France. All you have to do is walk into your local Chase Bank with your friend's account number and SWIFT code of the Paris branch. Increasingly, you can do this, by the way, on the bank's website or app. The message is sent. The bank will credit the money to your friend's bank account in France, and it's done. Now, keep in mind, SWIFT is only a messaging system. It doesn't hold any funds or securities. But without SWIFT, there's virtually no other way to alert banks when transactions are going to occur from country to country. For a term most of us don't use, I cannot overstate how important SWIFT is for countries and businesses that buy and sell goods or services. Very few countries are not on the SWIFT system, and the ones that aren't are isolated and poor. Without another system in place, and there are virtually no other systems like it in place, it would mean economic calamity for a country to be removed from SWIFT. There'd be no effective means for trade outside of its borders. Now, some people think that it's time for Russia to be entirely removed from SWIFT. The U.S., European allies, and Canada did agree this weekend to remove some key Russian banks from the SWIFT system. Kicking Russia out of the SWIFT system would be the harshest financial punishment against Russia, short of an actual physical embargo. and an unprecedented move against one of the world's largest economies. It would damage Moscow's economy immediately and in the long run. So why not do it? Well, there are a few arguments. It would really hurt Russia, but it would hurt other economies too, including some European countries that depend on Russian oil and gas. Also, if Russia can't receive foreign currency for selling things, being off the SWIFT system means it also can't send currency to buy things from other countries. The U.S. and Germany stand to lose the most because their banks use SWIFT to communicate with Russian banks more than any other countries. And the last time the West dangled this option, during the invasion of Crimea in 2014, Putin said it would be equivalent to a declaration of war. Alienating Russia from SWIFT is considered a nuclear option, one that is being considered because there's no turning back after pressing that button. The explosion would destroy Russia's economy, something that some see as a just punishment for invading the same sovereign country twice in 8 years. But the economic mushroom cloud would contaminate nations.
Right. So, okay, I'll spare you the the last 5 seconds of the Russophobia. But in any case, yeah. So a lot of what he said is true. It's very basic layout of what SWIFT is. SWIFT is not it doesn't actually transfer money. It records transactions and helps banks to implement them. So you buy something on one end or sell something on one end, and then it's recorded and transmitted to the other bank, and they credit you or deduct the money and so on. That's a very rudimentary explanation. But let me explain something to you about SWIFT, because guess who created it? So guess who created it, right? It's based in Belgium, and it's overseen by the central banks from 11 industrial countries: Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, the Netherlands, Sweden, Switzerland, the UK, and the US. So you already get what it is. It is obviously the world's most, it's the world's foremost financial international monetary system, but it is controlled and created by the West, right? That much is obvious. And so I think I'm just going off on a little bit of a tangent here, but I just want to explain to you why this is so bad that all of the wealth and monetary policies are, in the hands of a few rich Western countries who can just crap all over anyone else they don't like in order to shake them down, to bully them, to coerce them, right? And so this is really what they call economic warfare. But so you get an idea of how big SWIFT is. There are 11,000 banks that are part of it in over 200 countries. So again, it covers the entire planet. And again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the only country that has ever been completely disconnected from SWIFT is, take a guess. Actually, I'm curious to see what you guys say in the comments. Guess which country was disconnected from SWIFT? It's not that long ago, actually. All right? I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait to see what you say in the comments. Yep. Jack had the first guess. You all got it right. It's Iran. So they took Iran out of SWIFT, and I mean that, first of all, there were targeted sanctions on the banking sector, the oil sector, but really the one of the biggest ones, the worst one, is really just disconnecting Iran from SWIFT. And so you see how detrimental it is. Again, credit to Iran and to all the sanctioned countries who've taken huge strides, who've made huge strides and taken very big steps in order to ensure their survival. But that doesn't mean that sanctions don't hurt. It doesn't. You cannot, remove that from the equation and act like, oh well, it's fine because they found a way to do it so and so. No, they didn't find. They did that in spite of the sanctions. And so the thing with Russia is that what's going to happen in a few hours in the morning when the banks open, because it's Monday now for me, we're going to see, the ruble is not going to do very well, unfortunately, and I think the Russians know this. I think they planned for this. That doesn't mean it's not going to sting, but I think they have planned for this. And you must understand something about Russia's reserves, right? Because in order to mitigate the damage to the ruble, to the currency, what the Russians have done and have been doing for several years, actually, since 2014, is de-dollarizing their reserves, right? So how does the United States wield economic power over the planet? Well, they made sure that They have the petrodollar, just as one example. You know, all oil transactions must be conducted in the US dollar. So they've kind of pegged it to that. Before it used to be on the gold standard, then Nixon removed it. So they did that with Bretton Woods, right? So they've always tried to make sure that the dollar is the world's currency, right? That all important business, all important transactions are conducted with dollars. And as a matter of fact, around half of transactions on the planet, 50%, are conducted in US dollars. So that's one of the other ways that the United States, that's one of the other things where the United States gets its hegemony from, right? And how we can exercise power and exert power rather over other countries. Now the thing is, Russia realized this, as many other countries have, and what Russia has been trying to do is make sure that its foreign exchange reserves, forex reserves, are not only in dollars, right? Because if you get hit with sanctions, you're not going to be able to get rid of those things. So what they've been trying to do is make sure they've got sterling pounds, so British pounds, euros, and gold. Gold, of course. So the thing, just as a quick anecdote, just to give you an idea how seriously the United States takes its monetary hegemony over the planet. Do you remember what happened to Gaddafi when he tried to de-dollarize Africa and Libya? Because he wanted to make sure that Africans sell their resources, not in US dollars, but in a golden dinar. He wanted to create this new currency called the golden dinar. And he wanted Libya and other African countries to get on board. And there were a bunch of countries that did show interest. And they killed him. You know, again, you can go and buy the CNN verbal diarrhea if you really want to be stupid and go and believe that the only reason Gaddafi was killed was because he was some meanie, a really meanie, baddie dictator. Okay, good for you. But there are emails, Hillary Clinton emails we've seen where they're discussing this, that Gaddafi has 140 tons of gold. He wants to create this new currency. He wants to get rid of the CFA franc. The CFA franc is le CFA franc. It's a French currency, a colonial currency in 14 African countries in West and Central Africa. And so France controls this African currency, right? Again, it's another form of neocolonialism. And so Gaddafi was offering them an alternative. And you saw what happened. The French were aware of this and the Americans were aware of this. And so when you threaten the monetary hegemony, they go after you. I know I'm going on a bit of a tangent, but you do need to have this context and understand why it's so important, right? So the thing with Russia is that they've tried to learn the lesson and sell off a lot of their dollars, but of course that's not how it works. They can't get rid of all of them, and half the planet's transactions are still being done in US dollars. So the other option for them is the gold. Now, do you want to know how many tons of gold Russia has? They have I think it's about. I literally had it just. Yeah, here we go. So this is from last year, from May 2021. 1,112 tons of gold. I'm thinking that's changed a bit because I had the latest figure from the bank in front of me a moment ago, which is so few. Like I've got 15 million documents open, so I was. We have a few casualties of war when the documents get lost. But just to give you an idea, I mean that's considerably more than what Gaddafi had. Gaddafi had about 140 tons, and the Russians have over 1,000. And here's another peculiar thing about the Russians: they don't keep their gold in other countries, right? So a lot of countries, they'll go and put their gold reserves, for example, in the Bank of England, right? In the city of London, in London. Venezuela made that mistake, and you can see what's happened to that gold. I've talked about this before. Basically, because of sanctions on Venezuela, the British and American governments have moved to steal £1 billion worth of Venezuelan gold in the Bank of England. So they made that was a mistake to keep their gold there. The Russians, they have most of their gold in the Russian Federation, right? So the advantage to that is that no one can steal it, which again is a real possibility. And they've done that in the U.S. as well. So I told you about the Bank of England, but they have used this in the U.S. as well to go and to impose sanctions on other countries and sue other countries. They reach into your pockets and take your gold. It's a real mafia. But in any case, the disadvantage. So the advantage of having the gold in Russia is that no one can steal it, but the disadvantage is that it makes it really difficult to buy and sell it. If you're in a situation like now where you need to reach for your forex and for your securities. Now, most of Russian securities, they're rated at A. I think it's only 6% of Russian securities which are below A, which is, that's quite good. But nevertheless, I think that it's really important to put this into context, because when we say that Russia has been disconnected from SWIFT and the central bank has been sanctioned, I mean, you have to understand what that means, because concretely, it means that Russians cannot sell their exports. They cannot continue business as usual, because how are you going to get paid, right? You're selling things to other countries, whatever it is, whether it's gas or oil or you name it, or high technology parts, whatever. How are you going to get paid if you're not in the banking system as a country, right? And all the important financial institutions that are in lockstep. And the other way around. It's the other way around also. How are you going to pay for other things? You need to import things. You can't do that anymore because you've been screwed. You've been locked out. No, we don't want your money. Go away. Actually, they do. That's just a phrase that I tried to use as an analogy. It's wrong. They do want your money. They're taking it. But that means also that Russian assets that are outside the Russian Federation, in Europe, for example, or in the United States, they cannot be accessed anymore. They're frozen. So, you want to make a transaction and you're trying to buy something or solicit any kind of service, and you say, just credit it to my account. They're going to say, no, we can't. We're not using that. We refuse to touch it. It's frozen. So do you see how many, the infinite possibilities and problems that this poses for a country? Now, again, I'm going to stick by this. Again, it's not my opinion. It's just a fact that sanctions are siege warfare, and they kill people. They literally kill people, because the example I just gave you with importing, let's say your hospitals need medical equipment. You need X-ray machines, dialysis machines. You need just basic things like syringes, but you don't manufacture them in your country. You need to get these high-tech medical equipment, medical parts from Germany. Or you already have a machine, but something is broken. You need a replacement part. Or you have airplanes, right? Commercial airliners. And the engines need replacing, or whatever other parts in the airplane need replacing. You can't buy them. So do you see the infinite amount of possibilities that this creates? It kills people who need desperate medical attention. The United States, for example, Cuba made its own COVID-19 vaccine. Do you know what the US did? 60 years of embargo, right? So they made sure the Cubans can't buy syringes to deliver the vaccine. I mean, this shit is evil. It's really evil. And I don't know if Russia's going to be in as bad of a pickle as Syria, for example, or Iran. I think they'll be able to do a bit better, but don't underestimate how lethal sanctions can be. And so there is an alternative, though, for the Russians. And it's funny because I saw some of you mentioning it in the comments just now, but the Russians and the Chinese and about a dozen countries have created an alternative to SWIFT. Not now. They started this in 2014, right? It's called SPFS. Here you go, over here. Right? It's the system for transfer of financial messages. It's a Russian equivalent to SWIFT. And so it's only in Russian, but you can see here it stems from 2014 when the United States government threatened to disconnect Russia from the SWIFT system. Well, now they've done it. Not completely, but they've done it in part. And one thing that I want to make very clear to you guys is that when we say Russia has been taken out of SWIFT partly, what do we mean by that? We mean that they have targeted Russian banks, but not the ones that are related to energy. Why is that important? Well, Russia, for example, provides 40% of Europe's gas. Germany receives 60% of its gas from Russia. Remember, Germany is a NATO ally. They're now sending weapons to Russia. I'm going to do a whole segment on that in a moment. Weapons to Ukraine to fight Russia. But the point here is that Russia is responsible. It accounts for a large portion of Europe's gas. So if you target the banks that are affiliated with the gas or the energy sector, you know what Russia's going to do. They're going to turn off the valves and let the Europeans freeze. Screw you. You can't even pay us for this. Why should we help you? Or they'll just raise the prices, right? Good luck paying for that. And so even the Americans and the Europeans, they know that is a step too far, because if they did that, then Russia would really be completely disconnected from SWIFT. And my opinion, as lethal sanctions are, as I just told you, my opinion is that the Europeans would get hurt much more than Russia. Again, this is not a light storm that you can weather. you don't want to know what's going to happen if there is an energy crisis. I mean, there already is one. We're already dealing with inflation. But if Russia started messing with the gas because they've been poked too hard and provoked too hard, that is going to be catastrophic. And as a matter of fact, it's not just related to, Europeans freezing or something. It's really just the economic impact of disconnecting Russia completely from SWIFT. It's not going to hurt Russia only. It's going to hurt a lot of European economies and the world economy in general. So that is really, even they know that that's a step too far. I want to show you again some comments over here. This is from Laith. I've had him on my program before. Look what he said here on Twitter. He said, "Let me just say, I am egging for the empire to disconnect Russia from SWIFT, as it will be the last nail in its coffin. Can you imagine when Russia and China, along with the tens of states sanctioned by the empire, announced their own system? Who would still be using SWIFT?" Right? And so, here's another comment on Twitter. "The whole world sanctioned Iran for 40 years, and it led only to the empowerment of Iran's self-reliance. What makes you think this won't happen on a larger scale if Russia is hit with massive sanctions? A larger scale means an alternative to SWIFT, the end of US monopoly." So I know that people are trying to find a silver lining in all of this. Obviously, this is just speculation at this point, but I do understand where it's coming from. You cannot deny that Iran was hit severely with sanctions, not just by Trump, but even before that. And look at Iran's military, its defense capabilities. They're quite staggering. Iran has very sophisticated drones, very sophisticated ballistic and cruise missiles. It's so good that it's exporting them to Hezbollah, right? It's exporting them to Hamas, to the Houthis, to the Yemeni government, to Syria. So Iran, I'm not just talking about the military aspect. The COVID-19, it made its own vaccine, for example. I spoke with academic and medical academic from Iran about this. And they have a real smart industry. Look at the nuclear program as well. That's another industry, another field where they've been able to excel despite the sanctions. Can you tell me of how many countries you know that have developed a successful nuclear program under sanctions? Maybe North Korea? But again, the difference is that Iran does not have a nuclear weapons program. It's just civilian. But nevertheless, it is a testament. I think Iran is obviously doing much better than North Korea. It's been able to diversify and excel in all these fields. So I understand where the sentiment is coming from. Cuba is another example where Cuba's been under embargo for 60 years. They also made their own vaccine. They have doctors that they send overseas, right, to help others. And they've made huge strides in a situation where you wouldn't expect that. So Russia obviously has much more, many more capabilities and resources than Iran and Cuba and Syria do. So I understand people's sentiment that maybe it will lead to, it will backfire on the United States. You have to keep in mind, China at the UN Security Council just a few days ago refused to condemn Russia. They refused to call it an invasion. And when it was time to vote, they abstained. Okay, so you can see that there is a real shift here, a real global realignment. Pakistan, just a day after Russia went into, invaded Ukraine, their prime minister, Imran Khan, visited Vladimir Putin. These are very, very powerful nations, nuclear powers as well, right? China, Pakistan, who are not, they're not going the way that the rest of the world is going, with specifically the West. They're not towing that line. India, for example, most of its military equipment is Russian. Okay? And of course, China with the Belt and Road Initiative, this is another project. But my point is that we are entering a multipolar world. This is a shift that's happening in real time, right before your eyes. It's so incredible. This is really one of the most important points in human history. There are so many things going on, and we are seeing a legitimate global realignment. A long time ago, a few years ago, you might not have seen the same kind of thing, but you see that China, Pakistan, big Asian powers that are going to be in this Belt and Road Initiative that are partners with Russia are refusing to go against Russia. Germany, as an example, obviously doesn't have the same kind of cooperation and relationship with Russia as, for example, China, but they did have somewhat of a good relationship. Economic partnership went a long way. For example, the Nord Stream pipelines, and it's better than it used to be 75 years ago. But even then, Germany completely, did a 180. They did a 180 now on Russia. They're ready to send weapons to Ukraine and much more. I'll get into that momentarily. So you see the big nuclear powers in Asia, they're not ready to flip. They're not interested. They are very aware that the world is phasing out the American hegemony, the age of American hegemony. And it's only a matter of time before, Uncle Sam gets his day. Nevertheless, I think this is really important to understand what these sanctions are on Russia. I wanted to explain to you what SWIFT is, how lethal sanctions are, that they are siege warfare, and that Russia is not fucking around. They put their nuclear forces, their deterrent forces, as they're called, on high alert as a result. Again, it's like you want to use the nuclear option, the financial nuclear option on our economy, then we are also going to flex. We're also going to give you a show of force. Now, honestly, I don't think, anything's possible. Really, anything's possible. But if they really removed Russia completely, they would really have to be so stupid to do that. That's really the definition of shooting yourself in the foot. You know that expression, shooting yourself in the foot? That's exactly what it is. And as a matter of fact, even now, they're already shooting themselves in the foot by doing this. But there you go. Once again, the West in lockstep, marching in lockstep. Who doesn't mind a good old new Cold War? Oh, man. Here's a piece in The Atlantic from the scumbag neocon David Frum, who's, he's basically creaming his pants in excitement at the aspect of Putin being sanctioned. Well, again, it's not Putin. I know this is hard for people to understand, but there are more people than Putin who live in Russia. Okay? This is an actual country. It's not just one man. And the civilians are the ones who are going to get hit the most. But you can definitely see that Russia has been trying to learn from 2014. Again, I don't know if they're going to be able to weather the storm completely. That's not something you can predict. We'll see what the ruble is doing like in a few hours when the banks open. But it's really heavy. This is the harshest economic measure they've ever hit Russia with. Don't take it lightly. The Russians certainly aren't. So you guys have been very kind. We have a super chat over here, a donation from Naz. She says, I am so disgusted by all these countries who stay silent about Syria, Palestine, Yemen, and more. And here they are, all coming together, so disgusted. Nori just came out with a statement. I'm going to get into that in a second. You guys, I haven't even gotten started yet. I am going to shit on these motherfuckers. I'm just getting started here. I'm trying to show you, I'm updating you on the situation. But I couldn't agree more with Naz. That's exactly what's going on, and I'm going to touch on that in a moment, very shortly. I see we have over 1,000 people watching. Bienvenue, welcome. This is amazing. We only have 900 likes, though. Come on, guys. Rookie numbers. Let's go. Last time we had 2,000 likes on the live stream. I know you can do better than this. This is scandalous. And on the precipice of war, how dare you? You guys, we have... let me see over here. I'm just checking my notifications from you guys. Brilliant. We have Ani, who just joined on Patreon. Thank you very much, Ani. And I think Paula? Hold on, it's loading again. Mark. Thank you very much, Ani and Mark, for joining on Patreon. I'm going to play a crab dance for you guys. That's the ritual. That's the ritual I do. Whenever someone joins on Patreon, I play a crab dance because it's a celebration. Thank you for supporting my work.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard.
And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Amazing. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it so much. I literally can't even count how many of you are on Patreon now. This is like staggering. It just keeps changing. 472. We're at 472. So just some quick maths. How many left until we hit 500, which is our goal? About 28, right? 28 people. We got 1,000 of you watching. I'm sure we can get 28 by the end of the live stream to sign up on Patreon. It's really simple, man. You just put in any amount you like. You can donate monthly, $1, €1, anything you like. And I'm very, very grateful. That's how I'm allowed to, that's how I can continue doing my work. And if you want international news, US politics, Middle East, this is the spot to get it. Always with the breaking news and the long ass live streams. And I'm gonna put up the graph in a second. You know, this is the graph from last time. It was 448 during the last stream. Now we're at 472. See, we can't even keep up. So thank you guys very much. I really appreciate it. And there's so much more to cover in a moment. Don't worry, we're not going anywhere. Many things to talk about. This whole saga is frankly incredible. It's frankly incredible what's going on. And there we go. You can donate $2 a month, $5. It doesn't matter. I don't want to spam you. I'm going to leave the choice up to you, and I'm going to get back to the politics so we can continue, and I can do what I like doing and what I do best. So give me a second. I'm just loading up the next segment. I'm literally drowning in documents. Like the computer is lagging because there's so much here. Thank you for the donation. Hussein says, I saw a post claiming Putin supports Wagner mercenaries, which apparently is a Nazi group making Putin a hypocrite. How accurate is this claim? I'm not familiar with that, but I've seen wild shit today. I've seen another post. It was in Arabic that Putin is also recruiting jihadists from Syria to come fight, which really makes sense, right? It's like he's fighting Al-Qaeda in Syria, but he wants them to come fight with him in Ukraine. It's the same thing like this. You know, he's fighting Nazis in Ukraine, and went in under the pretext of denazifying Ukraine, but now he's fighting with this Wagner group. I mean, I don't know. Honestly, the shit that you see. By the way, I'm going to get to that in a second. This whole Nazi stuff in a separate segment. But I don't know, man. I've seen a lot of crazy stuff. Bahadur says, advertise, Richard, it's for everyone's good. Well, thank you very much. Pirate says, what's your thought on Pakistan's Imran Khan visiting Putin? Well, I was just talking about that a few moments ago. Like I said, this is a real geopolitical shift. You're seeing that the countries who would usually side with the US or with the so-called international community, meaning the West, are not so keen this time. They're not so keen. They're quite reluctant, and they're wising up. It's really like some, tribal primitive stuff. We're humans after all, right? And they're seeing that alpha over there ain't looking so alpha anymore. They're struggling. They say we stand with Ukraine, the West. They won't even send troops to fight the Russians. I mean, I God forbid, I hope they don't, because that would lead to a crisis. But they don't even have the power to do it. They're weak. Scott Ritter, who was on the show the other day, former Marine Corps intelligence officer, former UN weapons inspector. He knows his shit certainly better than me. And he himself was saying that NATO just cannot challenge the Russians. They just don't have the power to do this. So sorry, I went off on a tangent, but I just want to go back to Pakistan, as you asked. The fact that Pakistan, that Imran Khan went to meet Putin right as he invaded Ukraine shows that this is not going to be something where the whole world agrees with the West. It's not going to be the same old U.S. hegemony, Western hegemony. Now, granted, if you put on CNN or you watch BBC, you would be given the impression that it is so. But even Turkey, for example, there was a report from the Ukrainian president. Actually, I'll save that when we get to the disinformation section. I literally have like 10 segments to go through with you. But I think my point is well taken. I would hope so anyway. So, hold on. I'm just closing out because we have literally too many things here. I'm sure you guys understand. You give me a moment to set up all the segments. I know you're very kind. You guys are awesome. By the way, we had a bunch of people just sign up on Patreon. That's amazing. Wow. Sarah, Matthew, Valerie, Elena, thank you so much, all of you, for joining on Patreon. This crab dance goes out to you. Put your hands together, everybody. Thank you for supporting the show.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard.
And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch out.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Look at that. Claudia just made a new graphic and it's already outdated. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful. And especially because I get to prepare the next segment without you seeing while the crab dance plays. That is incredible. How many are we right now on Patreon? 479. We're only 21 people away. 21 subscribers away. I know we can do this. We got 1,000 people watching. Bless every single one of you. And thank you for supporting my work. I'm very, very grateful. By the way, if you didn't see, I was on with George Galloway earlier. I don't know why I said that now, but it was really good. So go watch that, please. And I hope we can hit the goal at the end of the stream. I would be so grateful. You know, this is what I love doing. And I can do it thanks to you guys and only thanks to you guys with your support. We have a bunch of people joining here. Wow. We have Gene, Ricky, Ruben. Thank you guys very much. I'm just going to play another crab dance. The whole stream is going to be a bunch of crab dances. But don't worry, we're going to go to the next segment afterwards, okay? Thank you very much.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard.
And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch out.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Oh man, I don't know how many of you were watching the primaries, the US primaries last year. Well, it's 2 years ago now, 2020 election, right? And do you remember that clip that I just played now where Joe Biden, he grabs Ed O'Keefe and he's like, why? That was so embarrassing. You know, Biden did a lot of that shit. They kept saying like, oh, well, you know, he's decent compared to Donald Trump. And I mean, how is he decent? He just grabs journalists and started yelling at them. Okay, you could say he was just joking, but there was another time he wasn't joking. There was a veteran that came up to him and said, you know, you sent me to kill people in Afghanistan and my friends died. And then he says, yeah, well, my son also served. And then he just like walks away like a coward. And then he was yelling at some auto plant workers in Michigan. You know, okay, man. You know, I have a lot bigger reasons to hate Biden, but don't act like he's decent or something, because you know, because he said. Anyway, let's go on to the next segment. And again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I'm very grateful to you guys supporting my work. This is some very important stuff with Germany. So you guys, here we go. Well, it's loading. There we go. Okay. You guys recall that Germany, who is again a NATO member, was not willing to send weapons to Ukraine to fight Russia. You know, France and Germany tried a bit more of a diplomatic approach compared to the US. The US sent about $200 million worth of weapons to Ukraine in January. The UK also sent its fair share of weapons, and Germany refused to. That's all changed. Germany, in addition to cutting off Nord Stream 2, the Nord Stream 2 pipeline between Russia and Germany, has now decided to send weapons to Ukraine to fight the Russians. And believe me when I say this, this is extremely serious. Germany never does this usually, okay? Their official position, because of World War II, because of the Cold War, has been, we do not send weapons to conflict zones. We do not sell weapons to conflict zones. Now, that's not 100% accurate, specifically with Yemen, which I'll explain after, but that's been their official position. But now the official position has changed. You know, all bets are off. And take a look at the speech from the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, where he explains Germany's change in stance now.
Donnerstag hat Präsident Putin mit seinem Überfall auf die Ukraine eine neue Realität geschaffen. Diese neue Realität erfordert eine klare Antwort. Wir haben sie gegeben. Wie Sie wissen, haben wir gestern entschieden, dass Deutschland der Ukraine Waffen zur Verteidigung des Landes liefern wird. Machen wir uns nichts vor. Putin wird seinen Kurs nicht über Nacht ändern. Doch schon sehr bald wird die russische Führung spüren, welch hohen Preis sie bezahlt. Allein in der letzten Woche haben russische Börsenwerte um über 30% nachgegeben. Das zeigt, unsere Sanktionen wirken. Und wir behalten uns weitere Sanktionen vor, ohne irgendwelche Denkverbote. Der Krieg ist eine Katastrophe für die Ukraine. Aber der Krieg wird sich auch als Katastrophe für Russland erweisen.
There you go. So he's saying, you know, the official narrative that he's telling the Bundestag during this emergency session, the Bundestag is Germany's parliament, is that, well, you know, Putin has created a new situation and a new reality, and therefore our policy must reflect that, and we must break with our old line, which is not to intervene in conflicts, given our history. And so on. And what exactly is Germany sending? Well, they have decided to send 1,000 anti-tank weapons, right, and 500 Stinger surface-to-air missiles, right? So just to explain the nomenclature for those of you who have no idea what all this means, again, an anti-tank weapon could be anything from, you know, from a mine or, you know, something like a bazooka. You know, today they use, well, the law was in Vietnam. That's an old American thing. But today they have much more advanced things. And of course, surface-to-air missiles is for shooting planes down. So the idea is we're going to send Ukraine these things so they can shoot down Russian planes and Russian tanks. Now, here's a post on Twitter from Olaf Scholz, from the Chancellor. He says, the Russian invasion marks a turning point. It is our duty to support Ukraine to the best of our ability in defending against Putin's invading army. That is why we are delivering 1,000 anti-tank weapons and 500 Stinger missiles to our friends in Ukraine. Now, of course, as I mentioned, this comes right after Germany decided to cut off the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, which is a huge foreign policy win for the Americans. You remember Biden said, we're going to break from our position when trying to oppose Nord Stream 2, we meaning the Americans, and we're just going to accept it because the pipeline's been built. It's already connected between Russia and Germany. They're just certifying it, and that's done. And Olaf Scholz, he refused to even mention Nord Stream 2 up until a week ago. Like, wouldn't even talk about that. And then Biden is standing next to him, and he speaks in front of the German Chancellor and says, we will end Nord Stream 2. And keep in mind, this is a German-Russian pipeline. It's not American. He has no right to say that. But he is saying it. And that tells you who's running the show. And he's saying that in front of the German Chancellor. It's really like a power move, you know? Not from Biden specifically. It's just the United States doing what it does. It bullies people, and it doesn't have allies. It has, you know, people that it's subdued. And so he says that in front of the German Chancellor. That's a huge, huge thing, because he's really indicating that the United States opposes this and will end this. And lo and behold, it was canceled.
Die Lage ist heute eine grundlegend andere. Und deshalb müssen wir angesichts der jüngsten Entwicklung diese Lage auch neu bewerten. Übrigens auch im Hinblick auf Nord Stream 2. Ich habe das Bundeswirtschaftsministerium heute gebeten, den bestehenden Bericht zur Analyse der Versorgungssicherheit bei der Bundesnetzagentur.
So you get the idea here, is that Germany has cut off a huge economic partnership with Russia, the gas pipeline, despite 60% of its gas coming from Russia, despite 40% of Europe's gas coming from Russia, and now has taken an offensive position, an adversarial position to Russia by sending weapons to the Ukrainians. And here's a bit more from... You need to understand something. This is not huge because of, oh, well, Russia and Germany are not friends anymore. No. This is huge because Germany is really changing the way that it functions as a modern state in the 21st century. It's no longer staying neutral, supposedly neutral and peaceful despite being a NATO member. It's now committed to doing what Trump wanted it to do. You remember Trump would always complain, you guys don't pay your fair share, and then he withdrew thousands of US troops from Germany, which, I mean, would be a welcome sight for any subjugated peoples in the global south. But nonetheless, look at what Olaf Scholz, the German chancellor, was saying today in his speech about sending weapons to Ukraine. Look what he said about Germany's contribution to NATO.
Klar ist, wir müssen deutlich mehr investieren in die Sicherheit unseres Landes, um auf diese Weise unsere Freiheit und unsere Demokratie zu schützen. Der Bundeshaushalt 2022 wird dieses Sondervermögen einmalig mit 100 Milliarden Euro ausstatten. Die Mittel werden wir für notwendige Investitionen und Rüstungsvorhaben nutzen.
So there you go. There you go. He's saying that they will provide a sum of 100 billion euros for defense, right? So correct me if I'm wrong, but how much does Russia spend on defense? We obviously know that the US is more than anyone, but Russia spends about $61 billion on defense, right? The latest figure here, $61 billion. And now Germany is going to spend more than Russia? I mean, I'm either terribly mistaken or I must have woken up in some alternate reality, because that really says it all, right? Russia is the country with the most nukes on Earth. And now Germany, which is supposedly a peaceful country up until now, is going to spend more than them. That is unbelievable. That should really tell you what is going on here. You are really seeing in real time. You are genuinely witnessing in real time US NATO policy altering Germany's identity in the 21st century. Again, World War II aside, the whole point is because of World War II and Germany's propensity to disagree with its neighbors. I'm putting that very mildly. Germany likes war. And so the idea was that Germany should no longer be in a country like that. It should no longer involve itself. And now it is very much involving itself in NATO's antagonism with Russia. And so what I wanted to show you over here is the next step. LNG. You know what LNG stands for? Liquefied natural gas. And now Germany is going to build 2 terminals to accommodate liquefied natural gas. Do you know what that means? Germany broke off Nord Stream 2, the gas pipeline with Russia. It needs gas from somewhere. And now the United States is going to make money by sending its liquefied natural gas, LNG, to Germany. So do you see once again how this is all extremely tied to resources? It's incredible. So he's not only committed Germany's military spending to way above what it used to be, and he's not only committed Germany to to what is essentially a war against Russia, right? But now he's also increasing economic ties with the US at the behest of NATO and at the expense of Russia, right? So Olaf Scholz announced that they will quickly build 2 LNG terminals in the country to reduce dependence on Russian gas imports. This is exactly what NATO wanted. Liz Truss, the UK Foreign Secretary, said word for word on Twitter, Europe must reduce its dependency on Russian gas. Everyone has been saying this. It's so clear that they want to screw Russia out of this, and now it worked, right? And so Scholz said that Germany would look to increase its gas stocks by 2 billion 2 billion cubic meters through the use of long-term storage options and buy gas in coordination with the EU. Right? He says, we will do more to ensure our country's energy security, and we will change course in order to overcome our import dependency on single energy suppliers. So they're trying to frame it as, well, we're too dependent on Russia. It's nothing to do with that. If that's the case, why didn't you oppose Nord Stream 2? Because the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline increases your dependency on Russia. It makes it even larger. Remember, 40% of European gas is Russian, 60% of Germany's gas is Russian. So with Nord Stream 2, it's even more, and you didn't say anything about that. So it's nothing to do with having a single supplier of gas. It's about screwing Russia out of the deal and going with the US. And so he says the events of the last few days and weeks have shown us that a responsible, forward-looking energy policy is not only crucial for our economy and our climate, but also crucial for our security. Well, again, security in this sense, you know what that means. And so Russia's state-controlled Gazprom sold 45.8 billion cubic meters of gas in Germany in 2020 and increased sales by 10% last year in 2021, implying a total of 50.6 billion cubic meters, right? And of course, as they say, Germany's a large importer. It doesn't, it's a low, it has low domestic gas production. That's obvious. But you see, Russia accounted for around 60% of German gas imports last year. And now Germany is going to build these LNG terminals, one at Brunsbüttel and the other one in Wilhelmshaven. Okay? So the thing with liquefied natural gas is that obviously it's much more expensive to import, It's so stupid, man. Just look at the map. Look at the pipeline with Nord Stream 2. This was so practical and so good and easy. And now they've thrown that away. And who's going to make money from this? It's, of course, the United States or United States allies. The idea you must understand here is that the idea is not just let's make money from it. It's let's screw Russia out of it because we want to give Russia a tinier market share. We want to isolate Russia. And everything I told you, here it is. Here it is right in front of you. Right? So Germany, of course, agreed with cutting Russia out of SWIFT, even though this is detrimental to Germany's economy. Even in that MSNBC clip that I was playing earlier, where they just explained what SWIFT is, they said that cutting Russia out would hurt Germany, even if it's just slightly. The point is still well taken, and you can see that everything the United States would want a vassal state to do is being done. Right? Stop Nord Stream 2, buy our gas, send weapons to Ukraine. Cut Russia out of SWIFT. Germany's doing everything. It's really shining right now as a U.S. puppet. And not to mention, it, of course, has the largest U.S. troop presence in the European continent, 38,000 U.S. troops stationed in Germany in bases like Ramstein. And, of course, this is where they drone people from, and they do sorties, right? So the thing that I wanted to tell you, though, before is that, so you understand what a sharp turn this is for Germany. Germany has always said that it won't involve itself in conflict zones, in modern times, and it won't sell weapons even. Now, explain to me how is it that German weapons are then being found in the war on Yemen? What are they doing all the way over there? So Germany does a trick. It doesn't sell them directly to the Saudis, which, of course, the Canadians do, the British do, the Americans do. They sell directly. They don't have a problem, right? All of a sudden, democracy. What's democracy? Human rights? Never heard of it. So they sell all these weapons to the Saudis, hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars worth of weapons. But the Germans also want a piece of the pie. They also want to make money from murdering Yemenis. So how do they do this? They can't sell directly, because that will violate their supposed stance of neutrality. So what they do is they sell it to other European companies, and then those, or countries, right? And those arms dealers will then sell it to the Saudis. So it's just, it is going to Saudi Arabia. It's just being done indirectly. And another trick that the Germans do, like this, for example, let me show you. So this is what I was talking about with Italy, right? You have a German company that's called Rheinmetall that has bombs that are produced in Sardinia, and then they sell them to Saudi Arabia. And these are bombs that the Saudi Air Force uses in Yemen. Just the other week, they were using American bombs, I believe, but just as an example how ruthless the bombings are. You know, they bombed a prison, the Saudis. They killed 70 people in a prison. They took out Yemen's entire internet connection. And so that's something where Germany has blood on its hands. The British, you know, we got blood on our hands. The Americans, the French, the Canadians, Australia, all got blood on their hands making money from this, and Germany is no less guilty. And so, this is how they circumvent their so-called neutrality stance. And then another example that I can give you is the Eurofighter. So you guys might recall the Eurofighter is a jet, a military jet aircraft, and it's a joint project. It was built by numerous countries, and it's called the Eurofighter Typhoon. The British, they've always named their planes like that. You have the Spitfire, the Hurricane, Mosquito. They got all these weird names, and Eurofighter Typhoon are interesting names. But anyway, they're for killing. They're not being used to fight Nazis. They're being used to kill people in Yemen now. And so this joint project, joint European project with the Eurofighter, what they've been doing is Germany has been helping the UK build the Eurofighter, right? And then what happens? They sell it to Saudi Arabia, right? As I told you, it's a joint project. So you have Germany, Britain, Italy, and Spain that are all involved in building this jet. And instead of selling it directly, they just, they do it through one of their friends like Airbus or, BAE Systems, which is a British arms manufacturer, or there's Leonardo, which is Italian. And so this is, it's indisputable that Germany plays a significant role in producing the Eurofighter because, let me read this to you over here. So when they stopped exports to Saudi Arabia in 2019, this prevented, oh, here it is. Sorry, no wonder it was the wrong link. I'm just going to pull this up for you. Okay. So do you see what's going on here with this headline? Basically, Germany decided to stop exports to Saudi Arabia in 2019, and look what effect it had. So they're saying here that Germany's halt in exports to Saudi Arabia is preventing Britain from completing the sale of 48 Eurofighter Typhoon warplanes to Riyadh, the Saudi capital, and has delayed potential sales of other weapons such as the A400M military transport, a top Airbus official said. So you see that Germany is certainly complicit in this. And now the fact that, another thing they'll do, for example, they'll sell military vehicles, but minus the gun. So everything is ready. You just need to buy the gun from someone else and mount it. It's so typical. It's like these stereotypical legal loopholes and gray areas that corporations exploit or countries exploit to get around, whatever obstacle they have, whether it's legal or ethical, and then portray themselves as, well, we're neutral. We don't sell arms. No, you do. You do. You just do it indirectly. And this is really interesting, right? Because now with Ukraine, it's just mask off. Yeah, we're going to send weapons to the Ukrainians. Let them go kill the Russians. It's just completely mask off. And it's not just the Germans, by the way. It's Italy now Italy's going to also send weapons to Ukraine. So Italy doubles the number of Eurofighters deployed to Romania and prepares to send military aid to Ukraine. So I was just telling you that the Eurofighter is a joint project, right? The Italians also build it with the British and the Spanish and the Germans. And so they say, again, this is from the aviationist.com. They say, beginning tomorrow, Italy will strengthen its presence in Romania, doubling the number of aircraft already supporting the air policing mission, the Italian defense minister Guerini said. And so basically 4 additional Eurofighter Typhoon jets will deploy at the Mihail Air Base, bringing the total to 8. And then down here, they're also gonna send anti-tank and anti-aircraft weapons and machine guns to the Ukrainians. And it's not just Germany and Italy. It's even the EU. Okay, so the EU, for the first time in history, is now also sending weapons to arm someone in a conflict, right? Here's from Deutsche Welle. The European Union said it will spend 450 million euros on weapons and equipment for Ukraine. So these are many of the updates I already told you about the airlines, the flights being stopped and everything. And so this is Ukraine's foreign minister, right? He said that he met with the foreign ministers of the G7 and partners stand ready to provide Ukraine with more practical means to defend ourselves. Defensive weapons, military equipment, and financial support for Ukraine are underway. We discussed painful sanctions on Putin. And a lot of good updates here. A lot of good updates. Here's another one from Axios. Okay, so as I said, it's a historic first. There have been long-standing policy taboos in Europe about, about sending weapons, but that's all gone down the toilet now. It's gone right out the window. And so the EU's foreign policy chief, Borrell, said during a Q&A portion of a press conference that member states will provide fighter jets to Ukraine, not just ammunition. Okay, so there you have it. There you have it. You have the European Union and Germany, which have so far abstained from, and they've so far refrained from sending weapons to arm someone in a conflict. And now they've done a 180 for the first time in history and really shown that, the EU is not just some political organization that mediates, and guarantees peace in Europe. It's actually involved in war now. It's actually taking a side, which honestly, I mean, that voids the entire purpose of the European Union. If you wanted to list some positive things about the EU, and there are not that many, but one of the positive things you could say is that it stops war. It's supposed to stop war anyway. That's the purpose. It's one of the purposes. And now it's just like, no, screw it. We're going to get involved and we're going to send ammunition, planes, whatever they need. And Germany as well, increasing its budget to 2% of the GDP. I mean, this is right, exactly what Trump wanted. Exactly what Trump wanted. And this is what's incredible, because to this day, you hear neoliberals say that Trump was working with Putin. Putin installed Donald Trump in the Kremlin. In the White House. It's a Kremlin operation. But Donald Trump was trying to get to get Germany to do what Germany has just done now. Donald Trump was complaining, you don't pay your bills. You only have 1.5% of your GDP going towards NATO. That's unacceptable. You need to raise it. And then when they didn't do it, he pulled out US troops from Germany who were stationed there. So why on earth would Donald Trump be trying to arm Germany and make it spend more money on weapons if he's working with the Russians? Total nonsense. Makes zero sense. Absolutely no sense. But of course, if you say this, it breaks their brains, it breaks the entire narrative, and they have nothing to say, right? They just use this Kremlin thing as a means to shut down people they don't like. So even to this day right now, if you say something that goes against the narrative on Russia, the first thing you do is, oh, you're a Putin puppet. Even if you condemn Russia, you say it's wrong that Russia invaded Ukraine. It's a violation of international law, but I don't think NATO should be expanding. NATO contributed to this crisis. Oh, you're a Putin puppet. You're a Kremlin agent. I swear these people are like fucking narrow-minded, stubborn children. Like it's like talking to a wall. They're not interested in having any sort of rational, logical, respectful discussion. They're morons. They're absolute zombies. They cannot be reasoned with. They just cannot deprogram. They can't switch off from the propaganda. They just, NATO and United States, USA. That's all they know. Complete fucking morons. Complete fucking morons. And it's so interesting that today it's the Democrats, it's the so-called neoliberals in the US who have taken the torch, right? They've been handed over the torch of McCarthyism, and now we have neo-McCarthyism, right? Back in the 50s and the 60s, during the so-called Red Scare, when they were saying, oh, he's a Russian agent, he's a spy, and then, you'd end up in jail and have your career ruined. It was usually conservatives doing that to others, and now it's the other way around. It's so, it really shows that a lot of the Cold War rhetoric is still there. It's very unfortunate. It's really... It really dumbs people down. It really dumbs people down. And I think this is one of the tactics they do, not just to shut up opponents, political opponents, who are talking about anything, Ukraine or otherwise. But I think it's really a tool that they use to silence criticism of NATO, right? Because if someone makes a substantive argument, a rational statement about NATO, and that, for example, NATO promised to stop expanding past Germany, and they broke this promise. It's a fact. That is an objective, verifiable, proven fact. Oh, you're a Putin puppet. I swear to God, it's like talking to like a stubborn goat or something. Unbelievable. Like, you know, if people, all they want to do is name call, they're just not worth engaging with. Honestly, like, you know, not worth it. But in any case, I digress. I just wanted to go back and say how Germany is playing into exactly what Donald Trump wanted them to do, actually. Raise the GDP, the amount of GDP to 2% that they spend on NATO contributions. And now Germany's spending more than Russia on the military. I mean, I must be hallucinating. I'm like double checking it 15 times because I just can't grasp that. There must be something wrong. There must be something off with this. But you heard him. And, you know, doing everything the United States did. This is playing into the hands of NATO. It's playing into the hands of the Western corporations. Exactly everything, the whole plan. Get rid of Nord Stream 2. Get your gas from the US, right? Isolate Russia. Punish Russia with SWIFT by removing it from SWIFT. Send weapons to Ukraine. Even the fucking European Union is now sending weapons to Ukraine. I mean, if you can't see what's going on, I'm sorry, I can't help you. If you think this is just about Vladimir Putin being some evil schmuck who wants to invade his neighbor because he wants some more land, you are a fucking idiot. You are a dunce supreme. You are a dunce. You have no business talking about geopolitics or international politics. If that is what you reduce the entire issue to, you're a fucking clown. And unfortunately, you know, looks like we're in the circus, given all of this stuff. Christ. Don't worry, I got loads more. I haven't even gotten started, man. I just wanted to take a moment, just one moment, to thank all of you. This is incredible. We have Stefan, Sophie, Delith, who've all joined on Patreon. I cannot believe it. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for supporting my work. This crab dance goes out to you. Everybody show them some love.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard.
And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Amazing. I love you guys. You guys are so good. Claudia has updated the graphic like 3 times now because you guys just keep smashing the numbers and subscribing on Patreon. Look at this. She's done the latest graphic. I'm going to show it to you. 484. We're only 16 people away from hitting the goal. I literally cannot believe this. I feel like I'm dreaming. That's insane. I was not expecting it to go that fast. Look, we went from 448 to 484. That's amazing. We're 16 subscribers away. I'd be so grateful if you guys could support the show for as little as €1 a month. It goes a long way, and you can also sign up for the whole year in one go if you want, which is, as little as $20 or something. So thank you very much. We're 16 subscribers away. I'm confident we can make it tonight by the end of the stream. And I'm much obliged. I'm just drinking something behind the scenes. I don't want to, do any advertising, so give me a moment. Ah, man. I am thirsty. I'm thirsty for the news. I'm thirsty for the politics. Although, again, sometimes I'm like, well, this stuff is depressing. Why do people want to hear about this? I get you. I get you. You guys have sent some super chats. We got a lot more stuff to go into. I'm not even halfway done, but I'm gonna read some of your donations and comments because I don't want to keep you guys waiting. Some people must have been waiting over an hour because I'm just blabbing. Naz says Putin ended the pandemic. That's a good one. I didn't think of that. Views says, should I go to Ukraine with a camera? No, I mean, I don't know what your job is, but even if you're a journalist, only go there if you actually have protection. Don't risk your life right now. It's not safe. Man, you know, this is heartbreaking, but even Syria, where I was born, and I miss, like, you cannot even begin to understand. It's not safe to go. I know Damascus is a bit better now, but seriously, don't do that. Don't risk it. There are already some people on the ground. Harry says, 2015, Ukraine law declares 2 Nazi collaborator groups who killed over 100,000 Jews and Russians official national heroes, and today say any different is now a crime. This is deplorable. What you're saying is true. They were decorating, Ukrainian government was decorating Bandera, who's a fucking piece of shit Nazi collaborator, a Ukrainian who actually collaborated with the Nazis, and he ethnically cleansed Polish people, Poles, and he participated in Ukraine's Holocaust. I mean, this is really the scum of the bottom of the barrel. And these are the kinds of people that are looked up to and celebrated, not by all of Ukraine, but some elements of the Ukrainian military and government. And again, these are not like fringe groups or some kind of, I mean, they are fringe by definition, but they're not something to be taken lightly. They're actually part of the National Guard. I'm going to show you in a bit something that's going to shock you, really shock you. I told you, I haven't even gotten started. Basil says, my dog thinks humans are idiots and just wants to go for a walk in the woods. It's certainly looking that way. I don't blame your dog for thinking that. Thank you so much for all your donations, guys. M10 has sent a donation saying, how do you think the international community should react to China's genocide of the Uyghurs, considering the foothold China has on the world economy? Well, China is, you saw what happened in the Olympics. They were already boycotting the Olympics, so I don't need to tell you how the world should react. I'm telling you they reacted by boycotting the Olympics. What's interesting to me, though, is that the people who are saying that China's committing genocide against Muslims have themselves committed, I call it has to be a genocide. They've committed exorbitant amounts more of murder against Arabs and Muslims, right? This is the U.S. we're talking about. Do you really think the U.S. is in a place to talk about, a Muslim genocide? This is, the last country on earth is the U.S. who should be talking about that. I interviewed someone from Guantanamo Bay. He was in a camp just for Muslims. That's what Guantanamo Bay is. And he told me, I don't even want to repeat it because I'm so disgusted. I'm so disgusted I cannot even repeat it. Like, the way that they treat Muslims in that camp is unbelievable. And the things that they did to Muslim countries, like, NATO, the US, UK went to Iraq, to Syria. You got people shot, bombed, killed in their fucking homes, in their bedrooms. And you want to come here and talk to me about Muslims? You don't care about Muslims. They just want to find something to antagonize China with. And even if it's true, they're exaggerating it. That's the thing. Even when something is true, they always go and exaggerate it. So, don't take this as gospel, anything they say, because it's hypocritical, and they just want to support separatist movements as well. I mean, this is really just some desperate attempt to vilify China. Again, I'm not saying China's perfect, don't get me wrong, but look who is doing the talking, and then you will understand something, right? So, Solgato says, I grew up next to a SAC base. B-52s rattle windows. I'm trying to figure out what SAC means, but I'm assuming B-52s certainly rattle windows. So, Tristan says, keep speaking truth. Don't let the mainstream media propaganda dominate. Absolutely. I mean, I'm going to keep doing what I do, and that's thanks to you guys. I'm very grateful. Mainstream media is a cancer, honestly. I can't believe this. We're 12 subscribers away. You guys, thank you, Will. Thank you, Jacob. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Sharmarki. Thank you so much for signing up. I'm going to play a crab dance for you while I get the next segment ready. Don't go anywhere. We will be continuing in just a moment. Thank you very much, guys.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard.
And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line, claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحه يعني ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Yay! Let's go. Thank you guys so much. This is amazing. Now, if you'll just be, I have an idea. Let's all go for a quick break. I mean, just 1 minute. I need to go to the bathroom. I really have to pee. So just give me 1 minute, because I got, seriously, like I saved the best segments for last, because this stuff it makes me so angry. It makes my blood boil. What's been happening in Ukraine. You guys are not ready for this. You are not ready for this. So I'm just going to go very, very quickly to the bathroom. Go get yourself something to drink, and we will reconvene in just a moment. And in the meanwhile, if you want to kill time, feel free to subscribe on Patreon, and I would be very, very grateful and much obliged. So just 1 minute. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I will get mad if you go anywhere. All right, here you go, guys. We'll reconvene in a moment. Wonderful, wonderful. All right, guys. We're back. Let's get ready to roll with the next segment. I mean, I act like it's something exciting coming. It's actually really not. It's just angering and frustrating. And if you guys follow me on Twitter, which I always forget to plug, but if you follow me on social media, you might have seen what I'm talking about. Wow. So, let me set this up for you. Okay. Everything okay? You guys back? Maybe we should wait for the others. They're still on coffee break or something. Everybody back? You ready to go? Samuel asked me an interesting question. I'll get back to you in a second. Okay, let's start. I mean, this is just, wow. This is indefensible, what I'm about to show you. I mean, I cover politics for a living, so I see disgusting things all the time, but this is really, this is really way up there.
Now with the Russians marching in, it's changed the calculus entirely. Tens of thousands of people have tried to flee the city. There will be many more. People are hiding out in bomb shelters. But this isn't a place, with all due respect, like Iraq or Afghanistan, that has seen conflict raging for decades. This is a relatively civilized, relatively European, I have to choose those words carefully too, city where you wouldn't expect that or hope that it's going to happen. So it's partly human nature, but they are not in denial.
Whoa, what? Excuse me? Let me choose my words carefully. Did you hear what he just said? He's like, with all due respect, and then he just says the most disrespectful thing I've ever heard. He's basically saying, let me get this straight. He's saying that it's okay to have war in Iraq and Afghanistan because they're not civilized? Are you serious? Did you just say that? That's you choosing your words carefully. I can't believe this. I have to look at it again.
A place, with all due respect, like Iraq or Afghanistan, that has seen conflict raging for decades. This is a relatively civilized, relatively European.
Okay, I get it. My bad. I'm sorry. Ukraine is civilized. Ukraine is European. And, Iraq and Afghanistan, these are just shitholes, right? They deserve war. It's okay. It's normal. It's acceptable for them to be ravaged by war because they're not civilized. They're not European. And so that's not shocking, but this is shocking. Bombs in a European city? Oh, heavens, boy. What is wrong with you people? How can you say such disgusting, racist crap on television and then say, I'm choosing my words carefully? Jesus. I mean, no shame whatsoever. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. And I mean, that's insulting to say about any country. But Iraq, out of all places, Iraq is the cradle of civilization. Writing, farming. This was invented in Mesopotamia. Okay? This is the cradle of civilization. All of humankind. Okay? All of human civilization comes from this place. And you're going to turn around and say that it's uncivilized? How dare you? Honestly, how dare you? And not to mention the Islamic Golden Age. You had all of these Arab and also Persian, to be fair, mathematicians who, they translated also all of the Greek philosophy so that we have Greek philosophy today. Astrology, medicine, all of it, all of this, algebra. We have all of these things thanks to this region, thanks to this place, and you want to call it uncivilized. How disgusting. How disgusting. And I wish he was the only one. Do you know that he's not the only one? Oh, get ready. Get ready, because I got a whole selection for you. Take a look. Take a look at this one also.
You know, this is a relatively civilized, relatively European city where you wouldn't expect that or hope that it's going to happen.
Me, I'm sorry. It's very emotional for me because I see European people with blue eyes and blonde hair being killed, children being killed every day with Putin's missiles.
Okay. I get it now. I'm sorry. It's because of the blonde hair and the blue eyes. You stupid fucking mope. You don't even have blonde hair and blue eyes. Look at this clown. Look at this clown. Like, it's only emotional. It's only bad when when it happens to Europeans, to white Europeans. Are you serious? Are you serious? I cannot believe this. I cannot believe this. And do you want to see the best part also? Do you want to see the response from the anchor? Because this was on BBC. Look at his response after he says that. I mean, wow.
I'm
wow.
sorry.
And so, of course, I understand
Putin's missiles and his helicopters and his rockets.
And so, of course, I understand and respect the emotion. What you are outlining there is this tension between longer-term efforts.
Hey, I understand and I respect the emotion. That's Ross Atkins' answer from the BBC. You know, he just said basically that it's okay for anyone who's not blonde, haired and blue-eyed to be killed, because that's not emotionally upsetting. It's only upsetting when, you know, white people are being killed. And then the BBC is like, oh, I understand your reaction. I totally get it. Yep, this is good. Continue, please. Jesus Christ. I mean, the levels of disgust are really something else. This is really something else. It continues. Don't worry. There's more. There's more. You thought that was it? No.
What's compelling is just looking at them, the way they're dressed. These are prosperous, I'm loath to use the expression, these are prosperous middle-class people. These are not obviously refugees trying to get away from areas in the Middle East. They look like any European family that you would live next door to.
I'm speechless. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. What a vile human being you are. What a vile person to say such a thing. Tell me, why are people fleeing from the Middle East? Who the fuck bombed the Middle East? These people come on television and talk about how awful it is that Russia is bombing Ukraine. And then they say, we don't want to take refugees from anywhere else. Well, who created those refugees? Who destroyed Iraq? Who destroyed Syria? Who destroyed Libya? Who's been stealing from the global south for centuries? Why are there rich countries and then developing countries that don't have anything? Who ruined those countries, took their people and enslaved them, steals their resources to this day, colonized them, bombs them, destroys their infrastructure? That's why there are fucking refugees coming from the Middle East. And they're not worth less than white Ukrainian refugees, you vile person. What the hell is wrong with you? How do they say such things on television? They have no shame? No shame. Oh, they look like a normal, prosperous. What does that mean, normal? What's normal? Explain that to me. I genuinely don't even understand that. You don't like the color of their skin from people coming from the Middle East or Africa? What's wrong? What is not normal exactly about them? Explain that. You know, you want to talk about Syria. The irony is that Syria, you can find ginger people, you know, people with blue eyes, blonde hair. You know, my grandfather had blue eyes. I mean, his brothers had blue eyes. He had green eyes. You find all sorts of people in Syria. So I don't even understand what that means with the way they look like. What a telling way to show that you are a racist, prejudiced, vile person. And here's the French equivalent. You thought the French wouldn't have one? Oh, here it is.
That you would live next door to.
On est au 21e siècle, on est dans une ville européenne et on a des tirs de missiles de croisière comme si on était en Irak ou en Afghanistan, vous imaginez?
Oh non, mais vous imaginez, c'est pas possible tout ça. On a des tirs de missiles de croisière en Europe. Ah, c'est okay en Afghanistan. It's okay to have cruise missiles or bombs falling in Afghanistan and Iraq. That's okay. That's normal, you know? But here it's not normal. No, in Europe, where they killed 6 million Jews, in Europe, where the Nazis razed Warsaw and razed London, right? In Europe, where they had 2 fucking world wars and 1 Cold War. I mean, the pinnacle of human cruelty in Europe. And then, oh no, that's not normal here. It's normal with those brown people. They have war. Wow. I don't even know what to say. I speak for a living and I'm speechless. I'm speechless at I don't know.
Irak ou en Afghanistan, vous imaginez?
Now the unthinkable has happened to them. This is not a developing third world nation. This is Europe.
Oh no. Oh no. This is Europe. We can't have that here. Heavens. Oh goodness. You twat. You vile, vile people. You are really something else. You know, I really struggle to, I don't know what to say. I'm struggling to find the words. I'm really struggling to find the words because this is such a mask off moment. You know, we know that there's hypocrisy here. We know that they're doing way more coverage about Ukraine. You have all of these personalized stories like, oh, this girl in the jacket and she was hit by a shell, and they try to personalize the stories to make you develop an emotional connection with the victim. And then the sanctions, like look how many sanctions they put on Russia, right? Disconnecting it from SWIFT. Look, they want to ban Russian planes, ban Russian RT, you know, all the media. They want to do all of this stuff. The EU and Germany are sending weapons for the first time. There's such a concerted effort, a mass mobilization of the West to stop this war in Ukraine, right? But when their own troops, the British, the Americans, the Europeans are doing much worse, way, way, way worse in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in Libya, in Syria, Somalia, Yemen, all over the place. Nothing. Nowhere near this amount of coverage. Nowhere near. You want to talk about people who are suffering? I can give you a million more stories in Syria, and they're just as valid, and the people there are just as human. The refugees are just as imperiled and deserve just as much of a chance to live in peace. You know, you always hear this thing. They're like, oh, these refugees. Now, they're not actually refugees. They're just migrants who are looking for a better life. Yeah, no shit, asshole. Isn't that how you made the United States? People, you know, looking for a better life, the pursuit of happiness. What the fuck is wrong with looking for a better life? Why don't you ask yourself who's creating the refugees or the economic migrants, as you want to call them? What's wrong with their economies? Where do these problems come from? You ignore that part, you vile motherfucker, and then they want to demonize refugees. They say that Ukrainian refugees are worth more because they're white and they're blonde-haired and blue-eyed and they don't deserve war. No one deserves war, you motherfucker. Why is war okay in Iraq and Afghanistan? When you're doing it too. That's the hypocrisy here. That is the staggering hypocrisy. And most people, man, you know this deep down. You know this. This is not just a mainstream media problem. There are people even in so-called independent media who never, ever, ever cover anything about Palestine because they're fucking cowards. They never cover anything about Syria. You know, they might do one thing a year because they want to cover things that get them clicks. And covering the wars that their own governments are waging, that doesn't get them clicks. Right? But now for Ukraine, oh my God, it's the worst thing since World War II. Putin. And we need to do sanctions. These refugees, the poor refugees. So you see the hypocrisy. You see the double standard. They're up in arms about Ukraine when they don't even know shit about the geopolitical situation. They're up in arms, but they never say anything about these other much, much, much bigger issues that have been going on for decades that are caused by their own governments. So that's the implicit hypocrisy. The implicit hypocrisy. Here, it's just straight up. Here, it's in your face. You see that brown motherfucker over there? I don't want him in my continent. I don't want him next to my house. It's just straight up. Straight up. Let Afghanistan and Iraq be bombed. We don't want bombs in Europe. Motherfucker. I mean, really, I hate these people. I loathe them. I loathe them. I really have such contempt for these blood-sucking bastards, you know? They are so inhumane. They have no shame whatsoever to say these things on television. No shame. Relatively civilized. You motherfucker. You know, when the Arabs were developing modern medicine and mathematics, Europe was in the fucking dark ages, okay? London was a fucking village. There was nothing there. And, you know, George Galloway earlier was saying the same thing, right? When the Arabs were making strides, Iraq was the center of everything in the world, of culture, of medicine, science, all of it. You know, people in Europe were still putting paint on their faces and running in the forest like a bunch of, you know, primitive apes. That's what Europe was like. And now Europeans want to come and act like, you know, holier than thou, like their shit doesn't stink and everyone else is a moron. Oh man, you talk about uncivilized and ignorant. They don't know any history. No history whatsoever. And really, the continent that produced 2 world wars is talking about violence. 2 fucking world wars. Genocides like you wouldn't believe. And they have the nerve to say that violence is not inherent to Europe. Man, you must be smoking something good to think like that, to forget everything that's happened in the 20th century, everything that you're still doing. Remember that this is, again, one of the blistering hypocrisies is that it's their own governments of these channels that are funding the violence elsewhere. And they act like what Putin is doing in Ukraine supersedes that in scale, in nature. No, it's much worse. And at best, it's just as bad. It's much worse. It's much, much worse. And the fact that they think people who are brown or, let's say, not blonde-haired and blue-eyed don't deserve refuge or don't look normal. I mean, why would you say such a thing? Why would you tell on yourself like that? Exposing yourself like a racist. Just that this is racism, pure and simple. I don't care what anyone says. That is racist shit. It's ignorant at best. At best. And you're really giving them the benefit of the doubt. I mean, this first guy where he's saying like, this is relatively a civilized place, This is a civilized place, right? We don't do violence here, boy. That's just for the Arabs, yes? The Browns, the Muzzies. That's how they talk about us, That's how they talk about the rest of the world. And you're really seeing now how the people on television, they're completely mask off and they're telling you what the Western establishments think. Because, man, I got to tell you something. I really pray that most people in the West and in the world are not this racist, are not this ignorant. I have to believe that it's not true. I have to believe that this is just the media and the governments. And I have to believe that most people have some humanity in them. I want to give you an example. Syria took in millions of Iraqi refugees in 2003. Millions of Iraqis. Millions, across the 20th century, Palestinians, Kurds, Armenians, Iraqis, people from all over who've been displaced, who've had genocide committed against them. Genocide in Palestine, genocide in Armenia, genocide in Iraq with the invasion. And Syria has nowhere near the same capacities or resources as these European countries. Jordan has at least over 1 million Palestinian refugees who are in Jordan, right? I mean, Iraq also has taken tons of refugees. Turkey has 2 million Syrian refugees. All of these countries, the ones that are hit by war, do more to take in refugees than you do. And then you want to complain on top of it? And you want to be racist on top of it? They're not even trying to hide it. It's not even like, man, we just don't have the resources. I'm sorry, we just can't do it. No, it's just like, fuck you, you're brown. Go to hell. We only want white people. This is unacceptable. Violence against white people, violence against Europeans, unacceptable. But against you guys, yeah, that's fine. Of course, you're uncivilized. Why wouldn't there be violence? You're uncivilized. This is Europe. You're not in Europe. This is Europe. Man, I'm really disgusted. I have no words. I couldn't believe my ears when I saw this. I couldn't believe my ears. I shared this video. It's got, I think, close to 1 million views now on Twitter. And I'm glad people should see the racism that permeates the thinking of the corporate media and of the governments that are creating these wars. They should see that. This is unacceptable. Unacceptable. And this clown over here who's talking about, these are people with blonde hair and blue eyes. Have you seen your own face, you mope? You're not even blonde haired and blue eyed. Look at you. You're like me. You have brown hair and brown eyes. What's so special about you? What a cuck. Unbelievable. I'm at a loss for words. I'm really at a loss for words. I cannot express how disgusting this is. And I think, what's good is to maybe take a look at some of the responses here in the comments, because people are also disgusted, People are also really disgusted. Racism of the highest order. This one says, it's okay for Iraq, but not Ukraine. Iraqis and Afghans are humans just as much as the Ukrainians are. This is basically white supremacy. Yeah, it is. It is in a lot of ways. White supremacy and imperialism are real. And I mean, it's filled with comments like this. I'm really glad that people see the reality and have some humanity in them. I really am. Just going back to my point, in Syria and the neighboring countries, you know, we don't take in refugees based on what religion they are, what color they are, or what ethnicity they are. We take them in because they're refugees, and we don't complain about it. And that doesn't mean we have the resources to do it, but we do it. And I think that I don't know, man. This makes me sad. This really makes me sad. They can't even bother hiding it. Speaking of racism, this isn't it. If you thought that it was just the news, let me show you something else. You're going to be you're going to be even more shocked when I show you this now. This is really something else. So you have people who are fleeing from Ukraine, fleeing the conflict, and a lot of people are going to Poland, for example, as refugees. And it turns out that the racism that I just showed you in that clip, where the news anchors are basically saying, like, yeah, you know, Ukrainian refugees, these are white people, they have blonde hair, blue eyes, they look like us, of course we should take them in. War is not good in Europe, but, you know, it's okay in Iraq and Afghanistan, that's normal there. If you thought it was just the news anchors, you got something else coming. I want to show you this. This is unbelievable. You have in Ukraine people, Africans, people of color trying to flee, who are being prevented from crossing over as refugees. This is unbelievable. Look at this post over here. This is from someone called NZE on Twitter. They say, the train to Poland got here. Hold on, I don't think you can see it. Excuse me, I'll put it up. I got so angry, I forgot to put the window up. I'm just really angry at this. There you go. So they said, the train to Poland got here. I and 2 other Africans entered first. A few minutes later, the police came in and dragged us down from our cabin. Only Ukrainians are allowed. And then there's videos of this as well, right? There's videos. Someone posted this, the official visuals of Ukrainians blocking Africans from getting on trains. So again, these are trains. These are trains that are leaving Ukraine because of the war. There's a war, and people are trying to get away, and they're segregating the Africans, black people, people of color, and throwing them off the train or preventing them from getting on the train. I mean, you cannot make this depravity up. Here's some more. Africans taking shelter after being left stranded, waiting for safe harbor to asylum. I mean, this is sickening, honestly. This is unbelievable. Even during wartime, they are treating people like this. Foreigners are treated like that. You know, these people are mostly students. You know, they are treating them like subhuman. You know, it's really just pure racism, what they're doing to them. And here's an article from Al Jazeera, the Nigerian students caught in the Russia-Ukraine war, right? And then, so they give you a little bit of background information here. And they say, some students have managed to cross the border into Poland. Yeah, because that's not the norm. It's only some of them who've been able to get over. Okay? And they say, over here, others have had even less luck. Okay? And this is a quote from someone, from Samuel. He said, they are not officials, police, or military. They are normal citizens who stopped us Africans from driving to the border. They let Ukrainians pass through, but not us. I am now walking to the border. I have no other option. I don't know how much further the border is. They even took our money. Do you see that? They even took our money. They robbed them. It is like they are not human beings, George said, adding that he could no longer talk on the phone because his hands were freezing in the sub-zero temperature. I mean, this is disgusting. This is really disgusting. Here's another post on Twitter. The caption says, images of Poland's racist treatment. Poland announced that it accepted those who left Ukraine, but African students studying in Ukraine are not accepted to Poland. Polish border guards reportedly threatened to open fire on African students.
We don't have arms. We are students. We are students. We are students.
They're screaming, "We are students!" If you can hear that. I don't know how loud the volume is. I mean, this is ridiculous because what the hell does their profession have to do with it? When you're escaping a war zone, it doesn't matter if you're a doctor or a plumber or a student or a teacher. It's a fucking war zone. You get out of there. What difference does it make that they're students or not? The fact that they're being forced to explain themselves, fleeing a fucking war zone. I mean, I've never seen anything like this. This is so disgusting. This is so disgusting.
By 6 o'clock, if I can remember, I woke up to decide.
I don't know if you can hear anything. I can't hear it.
Dr. Akintola Onilola is trying to flee Ukraine's capital, Kyiv.
So this is what the road is like. It's kind of empty.
Like thousands of other Africans who went to Ukraine for their studies, she's now stranded amid a Russian military invasion.
Just all of us are just trying to do what we can to get out of here.
Cities under siege across Ukraine are home to tens of thousands of African students studying medicine, engineering, and military affairs. What was seen as a cheaper alternative to Western Europe and the United States has now become a war zone. Russian tanks, planes, and ships on Thursday launched the biggest European invasion of another nation since World War II. This is Dnipro in Ukraine's east, home to Ghanaian medical student Nana Efa Hockman.
For now, I don't know. The only option we have is just to go to Poland border, but it's not really safe because going to Poland border, literally, we need to pass through some of these cities before we can reach the western side of the country.
Morocco, Nigeria, and Egypt are among the top 10 countries worldwide with foreign students in Ukraine, together supplying 16,000 students according to the Education Ministry. But with flights grounded, African governments thousands of miles away are struggling to support their citizens. Ghanaian engineering student Percy Ahini Yaboa, speaking from the eastern city Kharkiv, says it's only now that the reality is hitting. Afraid of taking the road west and without flights or money, he's staying put.
I think it's for me, I think it's...
Do you see how terrible this situation is? They can't even leave. Here's from Business Insider. African students fleeing the Russian invasion say they have been prevented from crossing to Poland due to a Ukrainians first policy. Okay, so reports are emerging of African students trapped in Ukraine who say they're being discriminated against as they try to flee amid Russia's invasion. Black people are allegedly being prevented from boarding trains and buses taking people to the borders, and some are not being permitted to cross into other countries, according to sources speaking to Insider and social media reports. And as the other report just now mentioned, there are thousands of African students in Ukraine studying medicine. Corinne Sky, a student in Ukraine who helped coordinate escape routes for hundreds of African students trapped in the country, told Insider that some have struggled to get on buses heading to the border. Some people have gone to get buses, but they're not allowing black people basically onto the buses. They're prioritizing Ukrainians. That's what they say. One African student who reached the Ukraine-Poland border wrote on Twitter that Ukrainian police and army were refusing to let Africans cross. Right, I showed you this video just now. It's the same one. And when they took NZ off the train, right? Yeah, and this is really just scandalous, right? Here's a BBC reporter, okay, She says a Nigerian medical student at Poland-Ukraine border, Medika Shahini, told me that she has been waiting 7 hours to cross. She says border guards are stopping black people and sending them to the back of the queue, saying they have to let Ukrainians through first. This is really, I mean, this is so disgusting. Black individuals are not the only ones feeling discriminated against, as reports have emerged about Indian students in Ukraine facing similar issues at the border with Poland. We've been standing here in the open since midnight. It's 8:30 now. The temperature has dropped -5 degrees Celsius at the Ukrainian check post is not letting us through. Other foreigners are allowed to leave. An Indian student said, excuse me, I was reading too fast. So, I mean, this really just goes to prove the point that you have an inherently racist policy. They're saying, oh, it's Ukrainians first, but it's obviously whites first. It is, I mean, it's just impossible to check, to see this and draw any other conclusion from this. This is really messed up. And it's so in line with what I was telling you just now about the racist news anchors, right? This is what's so incredible about this Ukraine crisis. It's really exposed a lot of hypocrisy with a lot of people and a lot of nations, right? It's really brought out people's true colors. No pun intended, right? You see how they're treating people of color. You see how they're treating black people. You see how they're saying it's okay for Arabs and Muslims to be bombed, but not Ukraine. This is disgusting. I've never heard of a policy where it's like, oh, this nation first. When refugees are fleeing the same war zone, the bombs don't care what nationality you are. The bombs don't care what color you are. If you're fleeing the same bloody war zone, then you flee. There's no priority here. This is absolutely insane. And it's so disgusting. And it doesn't stop here. I've still got more racist things to show you which are emerging from Ukraine. It's really horrifying. Now, people are saying that this is not Ukraine's fault. They're saying that it's Poland's fault because it's the Polish who are saying Ukrainians first, right? As we said, a lot of people in Ukraine are fleeing into neighboring Poland. Yeah, but I just read to you several accounts of black or people of color students in Ukraine who were robbed, one of them said, and stopped from driving by Ukrainians who were not even authorities, who were not police, not army, nothing. So this is a problem in both countries. It's not just, oh, it's the Polish are being mean, like as if Ukraine doesn't have a racism problem. Are you really going to sit there and tell me that there's no racism problem in Ukraine? Man, the news anchors, the Western hosts are straight up racist on TV. Of course there's a racism problem here. And this really speaks to the whole neo-Nazi and racist policies that they have in Ukraine, because they keep telling you, oh, it's a myth. This Azov battalion, C-14, these groups are a fringe. They don't account for anything. They don't represent Ukrainians. Of course, you can't say this group represents all Ukrainians, but you're not going to come here and seriously tell me there isn't a racism problem here. You cannot tell me that. Look at the videos. Look at the people being blocked from fleeing a war zone because they're black. How do you explain that? Is that not racism? I've never heard of such a thing. I've never heard of such a thing. You're fleeing a war zone and people are stopping you because of the color of your skin. I mean, this is just, it's like a new level of racism, They always find ways to do shit. It's incredible. It's incredible. I've never heard of that. Unbelievable. Look, man, let's be clear. I'm not speaking for Ukrainians or Polish or Poles. We're not going to sit here and say that there's only racism in Ukraine and Poland and everyone there is a racist. No, of course not. Every country in the world has issues with racism, unfortunately. But this is really widespread. I mean, how can you justify this stuff? How can you justify this? And it's not just about black people. It's about people of color in general. You saw an Indian student was stopped, and also against Muslims. And I'll get to that in a second with the Ukrainian National Guard. Seriously, like everything, it just keeps. One atrocity tops the next. It's just, going on and on. My goodness. So let me show you this over here. Again, with the racism. I mean, you're not ready, man. Oh boy. Give me a second. I'm just switching out to the next thing so I can show it to you. Okay, great. So again, I was just talking about the racism that these news anchors are displaying straight up. You know, mask off. Just war is bad in Europe when it's happening to white people. We should let the whites in. They're the only good refugees. You know, black people, Africans, people of color. No, sorry. You have to wait in the war zone that everyone is fleeing because they got to let the white people through first. Here's another piece of racism. Here's another absolutely shocking thing. I mean, this is the Ukrainian National Guard, the official Twitter account. It's verified. And look what they posted on Twitter. This is a video of someone putting bullets into a magazine, right? Into a rifle magazine. And look what the caption says. Azov fighters of the National Guard greased the bullets with lard against the Kadyrov orcs. So do you know what they're saying here? Let me break this down for you. Because, I mean, I couldn't believe it when I saw this. So Kadyrov, he's the head of the Chechen Republic. And as you know, there are lots of Muslims in Chechnya, right? And they're basically saying here that they're putting pig fat, because you know Muslims don't eat pork. They're putting pig fat on the bullets to shoot Muslims with. And they're calling them orcs. And this is the fucking official Twitter account of the Ukrainian National Guard. I mean, Jesus Christ, you could not make this up. Oh, look, they've taken it down since I posted it. I mean, this is straight up xenophobia, straight up racism, straight up prejudice. I mean, it's literally like, you know, this is violence. They're saying we're gonna shoot Muslims with pork greased bullets. They have no shame just posting it on Twitter and also in English for like the whole world to see. You know, you keep hearing people saying that it's not true. There are no neo-Nazis in Ukraine. And Putin, he's going into Ukraine for his personal greed. When he says denazify Ukraine, there are no racists in Ukraine. There are no neo-Nazis. Oh, really? Well, how do you explain this shit? Are you seriously going to sit there and tell me that this is okay and this is a fake? That this didn't happen? That they didn't post that? Are you seriously going to tell me that? And they said Azov fighters. This is what the Azov battalion is. I've talked about this before with you. This is the Azov. They're neo-Nazis in Ukraine. This is who they are. You see that? You see the symbol that they have up there on the flag? This is a Wolf's angle. It's an insignia that goes back before the Nazis, but the Nazis used it in World War II, specifically a Waffen-SS Panzer Division, which committed a massacre in France, the infamous massacre at Oradour. And it is a straight-up Nazi symbol, and these people are neo-Nazis. And I showed you last week how Al Jazeera was talking to these far-right, these Nazi fighters in Ukraine, and the cameraman is asking them, well, what's your ideology? Tell us what you believe in. And then he's like, can you pause the camera? Like, he cut off the interview, because they know. They're trying to paint these Ukrainians as 100%, you know, clean, and they're just trying to fight the Russian aggression. And you saw they were training a grandmother to shoot. The guy who was training her had this symbol on his arm, the insignia. He had a patch of it on his arm because he's a neo-Nazi. This group, they glorify Stepan Bandera, who is, again, you know, scum of the earth, the lowest of the low, a collaborator, a Nazi collaborator from Ukraine who helped kill Poles in World War II. He participated in the Ukrainian Holocaust, and they glorify him. They got marching in the street with banners. I mean, here, look at this. So they want to come here and tell us there's no neo-Nazi problem in Ukraine. There's no racist problem. Wow. Really? What's this then? You want to explain this to me? Why they're glorifying this neo-Nazi collaborator going on marches like that? You want to tell me why they have neo-Nazi, they have just straight up Nazi insignia on their flags and their uniforms? And then on Twitter, they're saying, this is the same battalion, Azov. They're saying they want to kill Muslims with pork-greased bullets. I mean, who do you think you're kidding? Who do you think you're kidding? Honestly. They take us for fools. If you wanted to come and say there's no neo-Nazi issue in Ukraine, well, you just shot yourself in the foot because you just showed your true colors. You just showed your true colors. I'm like straight up shameless. They're not even trying to hide it. Not even trying to hide it. Not even trying to hide it. I'm speechless. You know, it's just one thing after the other, one thing after the other. And this is, of course, who the CIA funds. There is a very clear amendment that was passed by 2 congressmen in 2015 to block money from the US government going to this Azov battalion. And the Pentagon intervened to get rid of the amendment and essentially let the money go to the Nazis. So again, the Pentagon intervened to make sure that these Nazis in Ukraine got that CIA money. So this is what we're left with. We have a situation where the mainstream media is trying to whitewash and cover up who exactly is fighting in Ukraine. And keep in mind, this is the Ukrainian National Guard. This battalion is not some bunch of white people in a forest running around with flags. They're incorporated, they're integrated into the official Ukrainian National Guard. This is serious. This is part of the government. Okay? And then they come and tell you Zelensky, the president, is Jewish. Yeah, okay, but what did I just show you? Is this not real? Did I just make all of this up? That doesn't change what's happening here. I'm not saying he's a Nazi, but you have Nazis in the Ukrainian National Guard. That's a fact. It's a fact. And the fact that the US is funding these people and sending weapons, the UK is sending weapons, Germany and the EU want to send weapons now. They know it's going to end up in their hands. The weapons don't, they're not segregated or divided between non-Nazi and Nazi elements of the Ukrainian forces. They go to everyone. And you see, once again, this is a repetition of what you had in Syria. Do you remember how they kept saying, we got to support the moderate rebels? You know, these guys are good. They're not as cuckoo or extremists as Al-Qaeda and ISIS. These guys are good. They're moderate rebels. And they tried whitewashing their image, trying to portray them as heroes and freedom fighters. And then it turns out half of them are working with Al-Qaeda. And then they're merging groups, right? The Free Syrian Army, which they told you about, is Al-Qaeda. There are no moderate rebels. There are no moderate rebels. It's all gone. It's only Al-Qaeda that's left. Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, Jabhat al-Nusra, call it whatever you like. You can keep changing the name and rebranding as much as you like. Same shit. Same shit. And that's what they tried selling you. They tried telling you Bashar al-Assad in Russia, they're so evil. They're just killing people who want a revolution. These are Syrians. No, they ain't Syrians. These are foreign fighters. They are extremists, and you are paying their salaries. And you are sending them weapons. They couped Gaddafi, and they took his weapon cache and then sent the weapons over to Syria, to those jihadists, to those extremists. And they whitewashed it. And to this day, to this minute, they're trying to convince you it's a civil war. And they're trying to convince you that these moderate rebels are moderate rebels. They're not. They're terrorists, extremists, and you back them. And you're doing the same thing again here. In Ukraine, they're doing it again. They're backing neo-Nazis. And in the Cold War, what happened? The CIA got in bed with the Mujahideen, Bin Laden, al-Zawahiri. These are the guys who went on to found Islamic Jihad in Egypt, and then Al-Qaeda, and then they merged them. And, you know, this is the Al-Qaeda leadership. And where were they getting their money from? Who was backing them? The CIA. So you see, once again, I could give you the example of Latin America, right-wing guerrillas, the United States overthrowing democratically elected governments and replacing them with a right-wing puppet and financing and training right-wing guerrillas in torture and you name it in order to implement those objectives. So the CIA has a long record of getting in bed with some of the most villainous types, right? Some of the shadiest characters that you can come up with. Whether it's Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan and Pakistan, or Al-Qaeda in Syria and Iraq, or these neo-Nazis in Ukraine. This is their MO. This is their modus operandi. This is who they are. Don't be surprised by it. Look at all the propaganda they fed you about Syria. All of it was lies. It was all lies. And now they're doing it again. And they're trying to make you focus, oh, Putin bad, Putin bad. Man, fuck Putin. Look at what the West is doing here. put that into context. You can't take that out of context and forget about it and act like this is happening in a vacuum. You're just going to forget for the last 8 years that these people have been getting money from the West, and then they've been ethnically cleansing Russian speakers. Again, you can go and criticize Russia all you like. Be my guest. But don't deny what is a documented fact. The United Nations, I was talking about the report just the other day, documented that between 2018 and 2021, so in the last 3 years, 80% of the people killed in the Donbass region were in separatist-held areas. Okay? So don't come here and tell me there's no racism problem or neo-Nazi problem in Ukraine, when black people and people of color are being prevented from fleeing a war zone. And then you got neo-Nazis flashing a Wolfsangel, arm patches, flags, doing, celebrating neo-Nazi Nazi collaborators like Stepan Bandera, and they're back on mainstream media just last week. Oh, look, they're training a friendly granny. Look at this friendly grandmother getting ready to shoot the evil Ruskies. Isn't she adorable? It's like a fucking neo-Nazi right there with her. No mention. And now this on Twitter. I mean, this is really just the final nail in the coffin. If you had any doubt, again, the official Ukrainian National Guard, the official Twitter account, saying that this neo-Nazi battalion which is in the National Guard, is greasing its bullets with pig fat, with lard, and getting ready to kill Muslims, which they call orcs. Wow. This is extremely, extremely provocative. It is very, very clear what they're saying. It is extremely xenophobic and Islamophobic, and it's just vile. It's vile. And never forget, these are the people, these neo-Nazis are the people that are backed by the CIA and backed by the West. Don't get it twisted. When they tell you we're going to support Ukraine against the Russians, remember who they're getting in bed with. Remember who they got in bed with in Syria, in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in Pakistan, in Latin America. Always remember that. They're doing it again now, and they're taking you for fools. Don't fall for the trick. Don't fall for it. This is the reality. This is what's happening. I'm really disgusted, man, honestly. Don't worry. We got much, much, much more to cover. We're still going to go through it. The bullshit doesn't stop. This is a 24-hour job, man, covering this. Give me a second. I want to just drink something here with you and read your comments, and we'll continue. So don't go anywhere. Stay here. We got Miguel. Thank you, Miguel, for signing up on Patreon. And we also got Donka. Thank you, Donka. And thank you, Robert. I appreciate it very much. I don't know what number we're at. Let me just check here. I mean, we're very close. We're so close, guys. What? 496. Are you kidding me? We're at 496. Dude, we're 4 subscribers away from hitting the goal. I cannot believe this. This is insane. Thank you guys so much. This crab dance goes out to you, and I really hope we can hit the goal. I told you we could do it. I believed in you guys. Thank you for believing in me. This is amazing. Wow.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch out.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Wow. Why? I love you guys. You absolutely blew me away. I don't know what to say. And already, while I was playing the crab dance, we got 2 more people who joined on Patreon. We're 2 people away, 2 subscribers. 2. You guys are phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. I'm so grateful. Thank you for supporting my work because, man, I got to tell you in a second about the other sanctions they put on Russia. Like, this is really crazy what they're doing to independent media and adversarial media. Let's just put it that way. It's real. The throttling, the censorship. I I think that they are genuinely throttling the channel. I'm actually really happy that so many of you are here. Usually I feel like they don't even notify you. So thank you so much for supporting my work. And I can't believe this. Oh my God. We hit 500. Did we? Oh my God. Yo, that is amazing. Thank you, SR. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Zoe. And thank you, Claudia. I think we're just about to hit 500. I can't see the countdown, but I'm going to play a crab dance for you just as well. Thank you so much. This is amazing. This is amazing.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Let's go. You guys are amazing. I can't believe this. Wow. I keep repeating myself. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. We did it. Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means now that we hit the goal? That means there's a new crab dance coming. I wasn't anticipating it tonight. So you guys will have to forgive me. But the next time we stream, you will have a brand new crab dance just like this one, but even better. Even better. You know it. So, wow. Well done, guys. That is phenomenal. I can't believe we smashed that goal. You guys are really, really on fire. Again, I'm going to say thank you to everyone who joined. We got Tom, Kelly, Mark. Thank you very much. We hit the goal thanks to you and everyone else. You know, what can I say that I haven't said already? It's thanks to you that I can do my job, because YouTube is not always friendly. Okay, I'm just gonna I'm putting it mildly. It's not true. It's worse than that. They just censor your work because you go to put a title in the video and then it's not fully monetized. It's either partially monetized or demonetized. And it's not about the money. It's about the fact that they don't show you the video. They won't send you a notification. They keep it low in the recommendations. That's the issue. Now, some of you guys are saying that you don't get notifications when I go live. So I'm going to tell you the solution. This is the remedy. I have a newsletter. Don't worry, I don't spam you with like donation requests. It's strictly to post articles when I do, and mainly to let you know when I go live. Every single time I go live, I send you an email. It's totally free. It doesn't cost you anything. And the reason I set it up is specifically because I know YouTube doesn't notify everyone. That's why. So just sign up. Claudia will put the link below. And yeah, there you go. So we got a super chat over here from Bone Spurs. Says, love your show. Thank you. I'm very grateful. Don't worry. We still got a lot of stuff to cover now. We have a lot more to cover. I'm just reading your donations before I move to the next one. Here's a super chat from C. Cisco. Says, exposing racist Europe. They cry about jihadis, but say nothing about Ukrainian Nazis. Yep. There you go. Joseph, thank you for the sticker. Tony says, I appreciate the occasional bathroom breaks and your unfiltered commentary. Yeah, much obliged. Much obliged. And Joe says, will this live stream be available after finishing? It's hard to find quality and objective coverage at the moment. Many thanks for the work. Absolutely. I don't believe in paywalls. I think that sucks. And everything is always up. I will leave the live stream for you to watch in its entirety. And you can also, of course, see the separate segments after. So I'm very happy that you ask, and I hope you enjoy the full program. Thank you. I appreciate that. And Dizzy says, look at photos of the Middle East before it was bombed into the Stone Age. You will see lots of diversity and civilization. This guy is just a bougie racist. Yeah, of course. I mean, I don't need to delve so far back into the Islamic Golden Age to tell you that, this is the cradle of civilization. we have lots of diversity. We have, you know, we have merits, you know, and worth, regardless where you come from. You know, just because you're not from Europe doesn't mean that you are worth less or you're uncivilized. This is so disgusting, really, really disgusting. I know the media are racist. I know that the governments are racist, that imperialism is fundamentally based on capitalism and racism, but I really didn't expect them to be that mask off. But again, why should we be surprised? They're really just bougie racists. All right, guys, let's continue to the next one. Again, I feel like tons of people sent things on PayPal and I didn't read them yet, so please forgive me. We have something over here from I can't even keep up with all the notifications. Thank you very much to Jeffrey. Jeffrey says, I asked a Canadian member of parliament why we support the Azov battalion, and this is his word salad answer. Okay, I'll try and play the clip in a second because Jeffrey sent me a link because I can't copy and paste it, but I'll do that behind the scenes momentarily. Thank you for sending me that. I'm actually quite interested to see what the justification is, what answer they come up with. I have no doubt it will be quite a creative verbal diarrhea. Yes, boy, lovely good show. Yes. All right, guys, let's continue. So, here we go. The United States and its European allies have banned RT and banned Sputnik. Yep. So as part of the sanctions on Russia, they've not only sanctioned Russia's central bank and removed Russia from the SWIFT international banking system partly, and not only blocked Russian airplanes from flying over Europe or using European airspace, but now they've even banned RT. Wow. So here's the head of the EU Commission. Listen to what she has to say.
In another unprecedented step, we will ban in the European Union the Kremlin's media machine. The state-owned Russia Today and Sputnik, as well as their subsidiaries, will no longer be able to spread their lies to justify Putin's war and to sow division in our union. So we are developing tools to ban that toxic and harmful disinformation in Europe. In another unprecedented step, we will...
Wow. Way to go, right? So much for the free West, right? So much for freedom of expression in the Western world. Isn't that amazing? So here's from The Guardian. The EU is to ban Russian state-backed channels RT and Sputnik. The EU has announced it will ban the Russian state-backed channels RT and Sputnik in an unprecedented move against the Kremlin media machine. The European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said, Russia Today and Sputnik, as well as their subsidiaries, will no longer be able to spread their lies to justify Putin's war and to sow division in our union. We are developing tools to ban their toxic and harmful disinformation in Europe. Wow. Wow. Spread their lies, toxic disinformation. I want to ask you something, Madam Commissioner. Are you so threatened by me making videos in my bedroom? Are you so threatened? The Kremlin media machine. Oh, did you know Putin is actually standing over me, watching every word I type and every word I say? These people are so pathetic. They're so pathetic. Honestly, they talk about human rights and free speech and democracy every single day, and they use it to put sanctions on other people and starve them to death, and they use it to bomb countries, and then now they have the nerve to talk about toxic media lies. I mean, Jesus Christ, if you're going to ban RT, let me ask you, where were the sanctions on the American banks, on the European banks, on the European leaders and the American TV channels, the British TV channels, who lied about weapons of mass destruction. This is a quantifiable scientific fact that more people died as a result of the US-UK invasion of Iraq than in Ukraine. Not only that, but it resulted in a lot of internal violence. And then, of course, the emergence of ISIS, the entire region destroyed in the last 20 years. If you're going to punish RT, what about the people who started that war? Are you really serious? I mean, it's incredible. It's incredible. They're really pathetic. They're really pathetic. And then over here, they say that YouTube has banned ads on RT and other Russian channels. I mean, that's not as substantial, but nevertheless, you can see, of course, the corporate arm moving and acting on this. This is really, really funny. This is really funny. You know, I gotta admit, obviously, you know, I am an independent journalist. I started my career here. I'm still here, and I'm always gonna be here, inshallah. And I can do that thanks to you guys. Most people in journalism, they didn't start on their own. They started at some outlet or did something. But I'm here. This is where I began. And I gotta admit, on the side, it is funny being on two channels that are now banned in Europe. So Press TV is banned in the UK. The US stole the website, presstv.com, and now Russia, RT, is banned in Europe as part of Russian sanctions. I mean, are you really so threatened about my YouTube videos? Most of my stuff is just this, exactly what I'm saying here. It's just uploaded to RT. That's literally it. That is literally it. The shit that I say here is just, I give it to RT. What? You're threatened by that, you clown. Man, these people are really hypocrites. They are absolute hypocrites. And this really shows you again who these neoliberals are, because they love authoritarianism and they love censorship on both sides of the Atlantic. And they use this idea of national security, which is, you know, the dictators, you know, they call Putin a dictator, but this is the dictator's playbook to silence dissent. To silence dissent. They say you're a threat to national security. You are spreading toxic lies. You are dangerous. And then that's the justification they use to shut down channels, outlets, journalists that they don't like. You know, same thing with Assange, right? They say, obviously, this is not as big as that, but it's the same mentality. It's like, oh, you're a threat to our security. We got to put you in jail. So this is really straight out of the authoritarian playbook. And I'm absolutely, I'm not surprised at all. I am not surprised at all. What is glaring to me, what is absolutely glaring, again, is the hypocrisy. I can't help but draw the line here and show you that by their own logic, they should have banned every American bank. They should have sanctioned every American leader. They should have banned, you know, every American channel, CNN, Fox News, same in the UK, BBC, ITV, Sky News. All of these outlets, they pushed for the war in Iraq, and they caused arguably, objectively, leagues more destruction and suffering and pain. And I don't understand how that isn't a threat to humankind. It is, you know, because it's spurred on more conflicts. The Middle East is still on fire. Millions of people died. Millions have been made refugees. So by your own logic, Madam Commissioner, you should also move to be banning those people, because they have a precedent of doing this over and over and over again, right? They did it not just in Iraq, they did it in Syria. They lied about Syria. They lied about Libya. They always do this. But of course, they don't care about that. It's the idea here is, if you oppose our anti-Russian narrative, you are working with the Kremlin and we will shut you down. That's it. That's it. That's the whole line that they're towing here in the UK, in the US, in the EU. Anyone who dissents, anyone who diverges even slightly from the official narrative is going to be out, cast out, chastised as a Putin, pro-Putin asset, and then we're going to silence them and we're going to cut them off. You should see the number of people who are calling Tucker Carlson a traitor and he should be, put in jail for treason and taken off the air. I mean, dude, I get it. Like, I don't, I don't like anything from Tucker Carlson except the anti-war things. If he's speaking sense, okay. But why the fuck do you want to put him in jail? It's ironically for those things that he says, right? Because he talks about NATO and they're like, traitor, burn him. That's it. That's all it takes. It's not even the other things that he says, which are like way more outrageous. No, it's that. Burn him at the stake. It's really incredible watching this neoliberal machine cut down, chop down anyone who dissents on both sides of the Atlantic. It's really incredible. And the irony here is that if you want to talk about the Kremlin's media machine, in this case, they mean state media, right? Are you seriously going to tell me that this is not state media? Look at this. This is an interview on Fox with Condoleezza Rice. Do you remember Condoleezza Rice? She was in the Bush administration. She was George Bush Jr.'s national security advisor, if I recall correctly. I remember all their names, but I'm just double checking. Yes, she was. So look at this. They're asking her about Russia. Are you ready? I don't think you're ready.
Well, and I have argued that when you invade a sovereign nation, that is a war crime. I mean, I think we're at just a real basic point there. Well,
Yeah, I think it's a basic point there. Thank you for saying that. Thank you, Condoleezza Rice, that you are nodding in agreement that invading a country is a war crime. It's specifically a crime of aggression. Thank you so much. So why did you invade Iraq and Afghanistan? Huh? Why were you part of George Bush's administration? You piece of shit. Neocon, dirty neocon bastards.
Certainly against every principle of...
I mean, I think we're at just a real basic point there.
Well, I'd agree. It is certainly against every principle of international law and international order. And that's why throwing the book at them now in terms of economic sanctions and punishments is also a part of it. And I think the world is there. Certainly NATO is there. He's managed to unite NATO in ways that I didn't think I would ever see again after the end of the Cold War.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, and I have argued that...
Christ, I mean, this is beyond parody. This is like a Comedy Central skit. This is, Black Bush, which Dave Chappelle did. That was one of the best sketches of all time. He really exposed them, the Bush administration, what liars they are. And even Blair, Jamie Foxx makes an appearance. But this is like a comedy skit. I don't know, again, I don't know how old you guys are. If you remember the war in Iraq, I remember her, Condoleezza Rice, Dick Cheney, Colin Powell, Paul Wolfowitz, Donald Rumsfeld, George Bush, of course, and all of these dirty neocon scumbags, these neoconservatives, right, who started this war on terror. They started the war on terror, beginning with Afghanistan, and then, of course, that's been used to bomb 19 countries. And now she has the stones to say, like, well, yeah, of course. Well, of course, attacking a sovereign country, invading a country, this is a basic thing, of course it's against international law and international order. Yeah. And you could see in her eyes, she's like, shit, are you talking about me? You can see like she felt called out for a second there, right? Look at that guilty nod. Look at her.
We're at just a real basic...
She's like, shit, I hope you don't mean me, right? Wow. So now we're inviting George Bush officials to talk about invading other countries. I mean, this is like inviting Hitler to talk about human rights. This is the equivalent, right? Or whatever, any Nazi official. Doesn't matter. You get the point. The contrast here, the hypocrisy is fucking staggering. I mean, it would be already half as bad if you invited Joe Biden, right? Who supported the war in Iraq. But literally someone from the administration. I mean, are you serious? This is state media. So when we talk about banning RT as they've done now in the EU because they say it's state media. Again, I'm sorry you feel threatened by my videos that I do in my apartment. But this shit is okay. This is not state media when you have these corporate outlets bringing on war criminals who have caused millions to suffer and to die. To talk about invading other countries as if they have any sort of moral high ground or ethical high ground or any kind of objective stance on such an issue. This has got to be a joke. This has got to be a joke. And when I saw that, I thought it was like a shit post. I was like, what? No, is that real? what is she doing here? And then I remembered, oh, of course. They always brought on Donald Rumsfeld, and then they let Colin Powell speak at the DNC convention, and they had George Bush on Ellen's show. Yeah. And Bill Kristol and David Frum. David Frum is writing this article now in The Atlantic about Putin. The Democrats have embraced the neoconservatives. And why wouldn't they? They're both authoritarians. Bush set up the Department of Homeland Security. The NSA mass surveillance started with him the day of 9/11. And the war on terror. Right? So they love neoconservatives. They love authoritarianism. Of course the Democrats would embrace them. Of course. But of course, this is not state media. Right? It doesn't matter that the conflict of interest is so glaring. No, this is not state media. Right? Just eat what we feed you. All right? Like a good little sheep, and be quiet. Bad. Russia bad. I mean, if someone on RT, seriously for a second, if someone on RT brought on any Russian military official, they would immediately scream like, oh, this is a conflict of interest. Why are you interviewing him? You can't talk to him. He has a clear interest to say things that are pro-Kremlin. But here it's fine, right? They have Secretary of State Blinken on every other day. They bring on Jake Sullivan, the national security advisor. They always have these government officials, which of course you should interview them, but they bring them on corporate media, which is owned by the same people who are donating to the politicians. You can't make this up, man. You can't make this up, but of course they're not going to be banned. And the difference between me and these neocon pieces of shit and neoliberals is that I'm not advocating for them to be banned. As much as I fucking despise and loathe them, as much as they should be banned because they actually pose a threat to humankind, I'm still not going to go there because we are not like them. But they, of course, they don't care. They don't care about it being hypocritical. It's my way or the highway. That's how they think, right? It's the United States. We are exceptional, and you go screw yourself. And so this is so ironic. They have the nerve to call RT like the Kremlin's media machine. Do you really think they have fucking resources and nothing to do but to waste time telling everyone who contributes to RT what to write? You're so childish. The irony here is if I worked at an outlet like that, at the CBS or ABC or MSNBC or CNN, BBC, whatever, I wouldn't have a fraction of the freedom that I have now. I wouldn't have a fucking fraction. I get to cover what I like, get to say what I like. Literally the exact stuff that I'm telling you, I send it to RT. That's it. And then I get to talk about Julian Assange. You think they let me cover the court case that I'm covering? They would let me talk about that? Never. State media. Go fuck yourself, man. I'm going to remind you something. Speaking of Assange used to have a show on RT, right? And George Galloway still has a show on RT. I was with him just a few hours ago on Moats. And Chris Hedges is on RT. I'm proud to be colleagues with these people. They're the best of the best. It's an honor. And the fact that we are all in the same place and you have a concentration of such individuals, fine journalists, Galloway is an actually decent politician and he's tremendous. He's great. That should tell you something. The fact that the BBC won't have people like us on, that should tell you something. That about the biases here, about who's really state media. Make no mistake, the West has state media, and they actually do it so much better than RT or Press TV because they make you think it's not state media, and that's the art of the deception. Thank you very much. I see your comment. Bill says, I killed it on George Galloway's show. I'm very humbled. I just using the opportunity to tell you guys to go watch it. It's right here on the YouTube channel, or you can look at George Galloway's show. So I'm just reading your comments. You guys are wonderful. Thank you so much for your support and your kind words. I really appreciate it. We're not done. I still got more. I'm going to keep going. How long have we been live? 3.5 hours? That's it. We got much more to do. Thank you very much to Bone Spurs. They sent a donation saying, 2 years ago when the pandemic started, I told people that the worst is yet to come. I keep telling them today that the worst is still yet to come. I believe we are 1 second from doomsday. I mean, God forbid, I hope that that's not true. But I can understand in part, I understand, your sentiment. Look at what's happening right now. They're saying that, it's the biggest invasion since World War II, and they're making it sound like it's World War III. I really hope that the peace talks, with Ukraine and Russia, they are fruitful, and there's a ceasefire and an end to hostilities, not just there but everywhere. Because I really hate seeing these things. It's really, really awful. Alan says, do you know anything about the jets that the UE will give to Ukraine? Do you mean the European Union or UAE? I think you mean the EU, because the UAE is not doing that. They're trying to get their own jets from the US, but Israel wants to maintain a qualitative edge. So let me translate that. Israel doesn't want Arabs to have better equipment than them. And that's true. And that's why they're angry at the US for thinking about selling their best F-35s to the Arabs in the UAE, which shows you again like what it means to become an ally of the US and Israel and to normalize ties. They still treat you like you're inferior. Anyway, about the jets that they're sending them, they're Eurofighters, right? They're Eurofighter jets, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, I have so much information in my head because we've gone through so many segments. I was literally talking about it a few moments ago, about 20 minutes ago, about Germany sending anti-tank and anti-aircraft munitions and weapons, and Italy will also be sending. I think they will be deploying more Eurofighters, and the EU is sending some as well, if I'm not mistaken. But I will double check just to be extra thorough, because I don't want to say anything wrong. And remember, the Eurofighter is a jet that was developed in cooperation, by a team. So Britain in cooperation with Switzerland and Spain and Italy. They developed it together. So they're saying here that the EU, again, I'm going to say this one more time here. So again, just to reiterate, the European Union is going to provide jets to Ukraine, right? They will provide combat aircraft and weapons worth up to 500 million euros. And this was announced by the Center for Strategic Communication and Information Security on Facebook with reference to the High Representative of the EU, Josep Borrell. And he said, quote, "We're going to provide even fighting jets. We're not talking about just ammunition. We are providing more important arms to go to a war." And then, of course, in the same article, they say, it was also reported that the EU has banned the Kremlin mouthpieces RT and Sputnik. It was also reported that the EU has banned the Kremlin mouthpieces RT and Sputnik. I mean, this is so childish, really. I heard someone say that it's the other way around, like RT is a mouthpiece for me, because I just do my thing, and then they show it. That's it. It's really that simple. And the fact that they are so afraid of this is so pathetic. You remember for Press TV, they banned Press TV, and then the US stole the website. Joe Biden had to use national emergency laws just to take down Press TV's website. They're so scared. What a bunch of pussies, right? The marketplace of ideas, democracy, free speech. It's all out the window, man. They don't care about this stuff, not one bit. Biggest hypocrites on earth. Anyway. Thank you very much for your donation, Vito. Vito says these Azov Battalion neo-Nazis supported the pro-democracy National Endowment of Democracy, so NED, paid shills in Hong Kong. So the neo-Nazis in Ukraine were supporting the NED shills in Hong Kong to destabilize Hong Kong. And right now, those same shills from Hong Kong want to fly to Ukraine to support them, but not fight with them. So you bring up a very interesting point, because that's exactly the next thing that I was going to talk about fighting in Ukraine and what's been said about this. So give me one moment to set that up. Give me a moment over here. Right, so again, I have too many things up, so forgive me. Yeah. So Ukraine has asked people to come and fight in Ukraine against the Russians. This is an official tweet from Ukraine's foreign minister. He said, "Foreigners willing to defend Ukraine and world order as part of the International Legion of Territorial Defense of Ukraine. I invite you to contact foreign diplomatic missions of Ukraine in your respective countries. Together we defeated Hitler, and we will defeat Putin too. So they're actually asking people to come fight in Ukraine. And here is Liz Truss, the UK Foreign Secretary, who is endorsing this. Look at what she had to say.
President Zelensky has asked for people from abroad to join an international force. Would you support that?
I do support that, and of course that is something that people can make their own decisions about. But they are fighting. The people of Ukraine are fighting for freedom and democracy, not just for Ukraine, but for the whole of Europe, because that is what President Putin is challenging. And absolutely, if people want to support that struggle, I would support them in doing that.
So you support Britain, people from Britain going over to Ukraine to help in the fight?
Absolutely, if that's what they want to do.
Wow. Wow. Isn't that incredible? You know, I recall very distinctly that people who went to Syria to fight on either side, as a matter of fact, whether with ISIS or against ISIS, were harassed when they came back to the UK. Here's an article from The Independent. They say, British volunteers who fought against ISIS harassed by security services for years. And they say volunteers who fought against ISIS in Syria have accused British authorities of treating them like terrorists as part of a hypocritical campaign of harassment. And The Independent understands that at least one person has left the UK because of alleged interference by the security services. Dozens of Brits joined the Kurdish People's Protection Units, the YPG, from 2014 onwards, as they were supported by a US-led military coalition to push ISIS out of its self-declared caliphate. 8 British volunteers with the group, 7 men and 1 woman, were killed in Syria. The vast majority of those who survived the fighting have returned to Britain, but found themselves repeatedly stopped and questioned, and in some cases arrested for terror offenses. Now, let me be very clear. I am certainly not going to cry for someone, fighting with ISIS being questioned by the security services. Yeah, I mean, you're a terrorist. But I just want to show you the irony that when it suits them, the British government, and I can bet you other European governments will follow suit, they have no problem with you going to a sovereign country, Syria, violating Syria's sovereignty, joining an illegal militia, right? Kurds or otherwise, that is not the Syrian Arab army. It's not the official conscripted, the conventional armed forces. You can't just pick up weapons and create an army within a country because you feel like it. And of course, with ISIS, it's even worse, right? Scumbags joining ISIS. And they harass them when they come back. But when you want to go fight in Ukraine, the fucking foreign secretary, Liz Truss, is literally saying on television, be my guest. Yes, of course we support them. It's against Putin, didn't you know? Wow. Wow, isn't that incredible? And now here you have a Syrian-Ukrainian businessman from Aleppo who's raised a platoon with his own money, right? And so he says here that underneath that the Russians have destabilized the security of our homes and lands. We will defend our land. I was born in Syria, but raised in Ukraine. Russia destroyed my home country, but I will not allow it to destroy Ukraine. These men with me are all ready. What do you mean Russia destroyed Syria? By fighting Al-Qaeda? If they hadn't come and saved our asses, the black flag of ISIS would be flying over Damascus, you fucking nut job. But okay, keep peddling your propaganda. The people who say this are basically saying, I don't mind if ISIS and Al-Qaeda took over Syria. Why did the Russians intervene? Why did Iran intervene? We should have let that happen. That's what they're saying. So, in any case, you can see that there's a concerted effort now to recruit foreign fighters for Ukraine. That's not just being done by businessmen, but even endorsed and encouraged by the Ukrainian government and even the British government. The foreign secretary is just straight up coming out and saying, yeah, people should go and do that if they feel that that's the right thing. You know what? You know what, Liz Truss? How would you feel, just asking, how would you feel if I were to go to Palestine and join the Palestinian resistance to fight against the Israeli illegal occupation? Would you be as welcoming, I wonder? What do you think Liz Truss would say? They put me in jail. They would put anyone in jail. So the hypocrisy is really something else. And it's already been reported that there are jihadists who are leaving Syria and going to join the fight in Ukraine against the Russians. This is not even a joke. I literally found one person on Twitter saying, I fought in Syria and Libya against Russia, and I have many fighters who want to fight against Russia for Ukraine's victory. And I mean, you know, just look at this guy on his profile. You know, he's wearing this colonial rag over here, which they want to replace the Syrian flag with. It's a flag from the French. It's a colonial flag. And then here he's got a Turkish arm patch. I mean, this guy, without a doubt, is from Idlib, from northern Syria, where you have the last jihadist stronghold. You have tens of thousands of fighters, terrorists who are either backed by Turkey or by the US or the Gulf kingdoms. You know, you have Jaish al-Islam, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, which is Al-Qaeda, Faylaq al-Rahman. These are backed by Qatar and Saudi Arabia, and they are straight up extremists. You know, they would chop my head off for being a Christian in Syria, for being a Syrian Christian rather. And they have ethnically cleansed other Syrians, and they of course, who are the majority of the victims? Other Muslims. So they even kill other Muslims and call them infidels. You know, these are crazy, mercenaries. That's the word, mercenaries who've been hired by the CIA and their allies to wage war on Syria. And now I'm going to tell you something, man. You know, you're not going to be happy when these people who are in Idlib, in northern Syria, these battle-hardened terrorists show up at your doorstep in Ukraine. And then you know what they will do? They will use that to vilify refugees again. That's what they always do, right? So the majority of people, the vast majority, 99.999% of all refugees coming from Syria, coming from Afghanistan, coming from these war-torn countries that have been destroyed by the West, they are just seeking refuge. And then, of course, you have a people amongst them who come in, who are terrorists. But who is paying them? Whose payroll were they on? It's the fucking same Western countries. So they create those terrorists. And then eventually, in the eventuality that you have an ISIS attack or some kind of terrorist attack, it's the people that they trained originally. Have you noticed how every single time there's one of these ISIS attacks, the perpetrator is always known to the security services? They had a profile on this person, but somehow they were just out there. Isn't that interesting? And so once again, you're seeing that the West is not only collaborating with neo-Nazis in Ukraine, but now they're encouraging the same kind of shit that they did in Syria with these foreign fighters and that they did in Afghanistan. So one conclusion that you could draw from this, from what the UK Foreign Secretary is saying, and from what the Ukrainian Foreign Minister himself is saying, the conclusion you could draw is that they're trying to create a quagmire for the Russians, right? The Russians invaded Afghanistan in 1979. The Soviets were there for 10 years until 1989. They got their asses kicked. And, the US spent exorbitant amounts of money training the Mujahideen, training the people who would go on to become Al-Qaeda, like bin Laden, like al-Zawahiri. And they were not just from Afghanistan. They were, bin Laden is Saudi, al-Zawahiri is Egyptian. They brought all these foreign fighters in from all over. And then they created these recruitment offices in Peshawar, right? By the way, just side note, I'm going to speak at a university in London next month, and I'm going to do a presentation on ISIS and all this stuff, which I'll go into in detail. And so they created this recruitment office in Peshawar in Pakistan, and they brought foreign fighters from all over the planet in an effort to, subdue the Russians and beat them in Afghanistan. And look at the blowback. For them, they don't care because, the blowback doesn't affect them. Even despite 9/11, even despite the embassy bombings, the majority of the victims of Al-Qaeda are Muslims, are Arabs. They're not Westerners, right? And so who pays for that in the end? It's Arabs and Muslims, the people of that region. And here in Ukraine, when they're telling these foreign fighters to just flood in, that is not going to end well. I can assure you that is not going to end well at all. Sorry, I just lost my train of thought. What was I going to say? Yeah, I just find the hypocrisy staggering. Like really, they are suddenly saying that it's okay to go fight as a foreigner in some other country, and we will even protect you and endorse you. But you know, that's because it's in the service of combating Russia. They hate Russia so much that they're willing to bend the rules, the ones that they've used to prosecute others. They hate Russia so much. They really want to fuck with Russia so bad that now Germany and the EU are sending weapons, and they're telling foreign fighters to come in from everywhere to fight there. Man. That should really give you an idea how concerted this whole thing is, honestly. And the tragedy here is, who pays for this? It's Ukrainians. The Ukrainians are the ones who are caught in the middle. They are the ones who have to pay the price of this NATO expansion, of this antagonizing of Russia. Again, you know, Russia's not perfect, but you're not going to sit there and tell me that the West didn't promise Russia that they wouldn't expand NATO. They did promise. That's a fact. And Russia's been asking for 30 years, stop expanding NATO, and they just don't listen. So you can't sit there and seriously tell me that, you know, NATO isn't to blame for this. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. And again, Ukrainians are the ones paying the price. And it's really tragic. You have hundreds of thousands of people turned to refugees, displaced internally, internationally. You have black people who are treated so horribly, you know, by racists, as I was just showing you earlier, these videos, trying to flee a war zone. People who are bogged down in Ukraine, who can't leave. You know, there's a shortage of food. Why? Why all of this destruction? Why all of this situation? Why couldn't they just, you know, try and find a compromise with Russia? Why does it have to come to this? I don't know. You know, I really hope there's some peace talks that come to fruition. But regardless what you think, regardless what you think of this, one thing is very clear: this double standard here, man, it's ironic. It really is. So give me a second. I'm going to prepare the next segment. We just keep going, man. We don't stop. And can I say one more thing? What really bothers me, you know what really bothers me is they talk about sovereignty. Like, oh, Ukraine's sovereignty. Yeah, but when you're telling people to go fight in Syria, that's not violating Syria's sovereignty? Get the hell out of here, man. Come on. So, speaking of the war in Ukraine, let's move on to our next segment. This is a woozy. This is a big one. And I know some of you guys in the comments were saying you wish you could attend when I'm going to speak at this university. It's online. I can't make it, unfortunately. I would obviously love to go in person, but I'll have more details for you afterwards. I think you should be able to attend online, and I'm looking forward to it. So, you guys are very kind. I see here, incredibly, we have more people who joined on Patreon. I don't know what the number is, but I'm going to wait to play a crab dance because you guys have been joining en masse. Otherwise, we're going to be here all day, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but you know. We got a donation here on Venmo from Cortez. Dolores Cortez says, Richard, you're one of the few journalists left to report us the truth. Forever grateful for your voice. You're most welcome, and I appreciate your kind words. Again, you guys are very, very kind to me. Thank you so much, and I'm glad you find it informative. We have a donation here on YouTube from Stephanie. Stephanie says, thank you for all your great reporting. Thank you. Pepe Escobar reported that Zelensky was in Lvov being protected by the Azov battalion. Do you have any confirmation of that, assuming decisions are not his own? I don't have any confirmation on this specific fact, whether he is in Lvov, but I don't know if he's being protected by Azov. Wouldn't surprise me, but speaking of Pepe Escobar, I'll have him on next week so I can ask him this question for you again. I hope that helps. And I'll have the time for you. I'll tell you, I'll let you guys know on YouTube or by email when the interview will be. It's going to be live. Pepe is amazing. I love him. He's great. So Okay. So what's happening in Ukraine, you have a lot of crap floating around. Like, okay, that's putting it mildly. I should maybe, I don't want to use the same terms as they do with disinfo, but a lot of the images and a lot of the videos that are supposedly from Ukraine or, you know, Russia bombing Ukraine, turns out a lot of them are fake. And I wanted to show you how bad this is. It's really, really extensive. For example, they say here that a Russian jet was supposedly shot down. So this is from AP, and the claim was that in the video, it shows a Russian fighter jet falling through gray skies, catching on fire, and plummeting to the ground after being shot down during Russia's attack on Ukraine in February 2022. And it's false. This video does not show a fighter jet being shot down. Turns out it's a video from Libya from March 2011. So they're using a video from the war in Libya and saying it's from Ukraine. So that's fake. And here's another one. They're saying that this captured Russian trooper whose arrest and interrogation was published by Ukraine's security service. Right? That's an official body. And widely spread by the media has turned out to be a Ukrainian nationalist from the Ukrainian town of Nikolaevo. So they're saying that this guy has been captured, and he's not at all what they're saying, right? He's a Ukrainian nationalist. Here's another one. So on the left, you see that's the Ukrainian flag, Ukrainian patches. On the left, he's a brave Ukrainian hero, and then on the right, he magically becomes a Russian soldier captured by the valiant Ukrainian army. They can't even get their story straight. You know, that's what's incredible. But this is not all. It gets worse. Do you want to see how it gets much worse? So here are a couple of things that I put together. Take a look at this video. Right, so they say that this is Russian paratroopers who are, you know, deploying near Kharkov. It's completely fake. It turns out it's from a Russian military exercise in 2018. Right, and you can see the sources here that it's just a training exercise. Completely fake. Completely fake. Here's this picture. They say that this is a picture of Ukraine being bombed. Do you know what it was? It turns out that this is from Gaza. Yeah. I wonder who supplied those weapons. I wonder who was doing that bombing. It's not Ukraine. That's Gaza. I know the picture, and you can find it on Getty Images with the date and everything. You know? Here this one was pathetic. They were saying that this is a formation of Russian jets that were flying, and turns out over Ukraine, and turns out it's footage from May 2020. I mean, you can just look at the shape of the planes. Do you see how they're in like a perfect triangle down there? I don't know if you can make it out very well. They're in a perfect formation. That is exactly how planes fly when they're on a parade. You know, when a country like France has the 14th of July, their Independence Day, the Prise de la Bastille, they fly the jets over the Champs-Élysées, and they're in perfect formation, and it's exactly what it is. So it's nothing to do with Ukraine. It's just an old flyover of Russian planes in 2020, and the BBC used this. The BBC was actually posting this as if it's real, saying it's from Ukraine. It's not. Right, there you go. You're going to see the jets now. And there's more. There's more. So here, again, this was posted by the Ukrainian government on Twitter. They're saying that a Ukrainian jet shot down a Russian jet, right? That they shot down a MiG-29. With a MiG-29, they shot down an Su-35. Both of them are Russian. But yeah, that's also fake. It was from a video game. You had people in Arma 3, I think it was, which is a very popular video game, who someone just posted a video of 2 jets in a game on YouTube, and then everyone starts sharing it on social media as if it's real. It's from a video game. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's really unbelievable. And here's one more. They say that there's a Russian paratrooper in this video supposedly invading Ukraine, and it got 26 million views on TikTok. 26 million, right? But it's actually a video from 2015 on Instagram. I mean, it's so bad. I also saw another video of a Russian soldier who was filming himself like a selfie, doing a selfie video. And behind him, you had, an artillery barrage just firing and firing. It wasn't from Ukraine. It's a training exercise from a couple of years ago. And here's something else that I found on Twitter, people posting on Twitter, which again shows you how stupid all of this is. So this account over here posted this video, which has 1 million views, almost 1 million views on Twitter. And it says, go back to your country. Brave little girl confronts invading Putin's army.
What to do? What to do?
Let's listen to what she's saying, shall we? Wow, man, that's incredible. You know, I didn't know they speak Arabic in Ukraine. Yeah, this is not from Ukraine. This is a video from 2012 in Palestine. That's a very famous Palestinian girl, Ahad Tamimi. And here's the original video from 2012 on YouTube. I'll show it to you directly. There you go. There's the date, December 24th, 2012. And that's an Israeli soldier. I recognize the uniform. I speak Arabic. And regardless, she's very well known in the Arab world. She's very popular. She's a real resistance figure because she always does that. She goes up to the Israeli soldiers and confronts them. And she's the one who slapped an Israeli soldier a couple of years after this video. You remember that? She slapped the dirty colonizer. So, but look at the post on Twitter. This Twitter account says it's from Ukraine, and it's got almost 900,000 views. And then underneath they say, "Stay informed. This media is presented out of context." No, it's not out of context. It's just the caption is fake. It's fake. And it took you a while to put it up, but they leave it up there. You think most people are going to understand what that means? There's so much fake shit on the internet. It's staggering. It's honestly staggering. Like, I can't even keep up. And they make a lot of these claims that, Ukraine shot down this Russian jet, or they took down this column of Russian tanks, but they don't post any proof. There's no actual proof, which is, it's staggering. It's staggering because you would think that this is something that is easily verifiable. No, it's just make whatever claim you like, and you have even the Ukrainian government posting these things, and it's totally fake. But isn't it ironic? Don't you find it ironic that they're saying Russia is bombing Ukraine when these are actually NATO bombing Gaza, bombing Iraq, bombing the global south, right? Or rather, Israel bombing Gaza, and of course, with American bombs, and NATO bombing Iraq, NATO bombing, Libya. That says everything. All of the violence that they are accusing Russia of in these videos is perpetrated by NATO. Doesn't mean Russia doesn't commit violence and Russia is perfect. But the irony is fucking staggering. Like, you actually have to look for shit that NATO did to say that it was Russia. Well, where is the real stuff? There don't seem to be much of it. Obviously, they're bombing Ukraine, but not to the same scale that they make you think. They make it look like it's fucking World War III, paratroopers and a goddamn building blown to bits. No, that's Gaza. And I even saw someone posting a picture of Iraq. Do you remember the famous shock and awe when they invaded Iraq in March 2003? This picture over here, which is extremely famous, right? One of the most consequential photographs of the 21st century. And you had people saying that this is from Ukraine. No, that's not. That's Baghdad in March 2003. And that's the US bombing Baghdad. incidentally, do you see what's happening to the capital here in this picture, to Baghdad? When they say that Russia wants to take Kiev, take the capital, and depose the government and place a puppet government, I didn't see anything like this. If the Russians wanted to take Ukraine and the capital, they would have taken it by now. But anyway, I spoke about that earlier. I'll get into that again in a moment. But do you see how much fake information there is? And this is what's so ironic, because when you have disinformation and you have fake news that serves the anti-Russian narrative or serves the Western narrative, they leave it up. They keep it there. It's okay. You can say anything you like and people will swallow it up. They'll eat it up. They'll just take it at face value. And, they just expect you to believe that NATO aggression is Russian aggression. Well, what does that say about NATO then? What does that say about us, the UK, the US, and what we do to other countries? What does that say about us? Because people are obviously shocked. Like most people who see this, they're shocked. Oh my God, this poor girl. Oh my God, that building is on fire. Oh my God, the bombs. Yes, thank you. And where were these reactions when it was happening to Iraq? When it happens to Palestinians? Where are your reactions? Christ, man. It's so, it's so terrible, the double standards. And I wanted to show you this thread. This one was from USA Today, who posted about all of these fake images and stuff. And they actually did a nice little thread about this. Give me a moment to pull it up. Again, I got 50 million documents here. Christ, where is it? Here's one story which is also fake. They're saying they said in the Ukrainian media that 13 Ukrainian soldiers had died heroically in Zmeny Island, and if it turns out that was a lie, there are actually 82 of them, and they're alive and well. And here you can see the Russians giving the prisoners of war, the POWs, supplies and stuff. So I mean, that's another one of these fake images. Another one of these fake stories. And they were also putting something about the ghost of Kiev, like some supposedly ace fighter who was shooting down all these Russian planes, which also turned out to be BS. I'm angry because I had that thread saved for you and I can't find it now. All right, it doesn't matter. I'll get it in a moment. I know you guys are patient. I found it. Here you go. Here you go, guys. So, this is a thread from USA Today about all these fake images that are circulating online. So it says, since Russia invaded Ukraine, out-of-context images and videos have circulated widely across social media platforms. Here are some of the claims my team at USA Today has debunked. So again, this one was from Gaza, as I was showing you just before. That's not Ukraine, that's Gaza. Here, underneath the flyover that we just looked at, that's a formation for a parade or something, and it's from Moscow from 2020. Here, they say that this footage shows Ukrainian police dropping riot gear in Odessa, but it's from 2014, not recently. Then they said earlier this week, thousands of social media users falsely claimed clips from a video game called Arma 3 showed war between Russia and Ukraine. Again, that was the fake one. This widespread video doesn't show a recent explosion in Ukraine. The clip was posted on TikTok in January. And then they say here, this photo does show Ukrainians praying, but it wasn't taken recently. The image has circulated online since at least 2019. This photo does not show a Russian airplane shot down by Ukraine. It was taken in August 2015 during an air show celebrating Russia's National Flag Day. Right? This footage of a plane crash is unrelated to the invasion of Ukraine. The video shows a Libyan fighter jet shot down over Benghazi in 2012. This video does not show an explosion in Ukraine. It shows one of a series of explosions that occurred in China in August 2015. This image does not show a Russian airplane on fire in Ukraine. It shows a pilot ejecting from a burning plane during a 1993 air show in England. This TikTok has more than 1.5 million views on Facebook, but it doesn't show Russian soldiers parachuting into Ukraine. The clip was posted on Instagram in 2015. So, how's that for compelling? How's that for compelling? You know, disinformation and lying and fake news. Fake news is okay if it's anti-Russia. That's the only condition. And then, you know, then it's okay. But if it's pro-Russia, you know, pro-Russia meaning you just make the slightest criticism of the West, then it has to be shut down. You know, RT has to be banned. RT has to be banned. Press TV has to be banned. They are spreading lies. They're spreading misinformation. But it's okay for the BBC to do it, right? And this is, of course, this is a fart. This is a fart compared to some of the other bigger lies that we've seen from the BBC. And of course, this is mostly on social media. Yes, I'll admit. But, you know, on social media, they locked the New York Post's Twitter account for posting this story about Hunter Biden, which was real. And they'll put labels on your articles if you, you know, they have a label on Twitter for hacked documents, whatever that means, which is basically like a way to discredit any journalist who posts real documents that embarrass the government. So they have all these little nice ways to, you know, to shit on you if you say anything that's slightly critical of the West, or you do something, you know, you just carry out journalistic activities. But you know, it's totally fine to lie about Russia and so on, because they're trying to portray the conflict as worse than it is. Now, again, no conflict is good. And you have already, from what I'm seeing, 64 dead in the report that I showed you, 64 Ukrainians, and hundreds more wounded. So obviously there are people who are suffering and there are casualties, but it's not as big as they're saying it is. It's not the World War III invasion that they said it would be. It's actually, from what I saw, it's very limited to military targets. You remember when I was covering it live with you here, they were only going after military targets. But even then, they show a dogfight, right? They say it's a MiG-29 against an Su-35, and the Ukrainian bravely shot down the Russian. It's fake. It's just fake. It's not real. So, you know, make of that what you will, man. But I just showed you a bunch of compelling examples. And I just want to say, this reminds me a lot of Syria. In Syria, you had so much fake shit coming out. I mean, keep in mind, they even faked a gas attack. Like they faked a gas attack video of you know, the victims crying and all this stuff, and said that it was chemical weapons. It wasn't, or that it was in Duma 2018, right? That's one example. But there are many other things that they faked from Syria. So I'm not surprised by this. Syria was way worse. I mean, this is like mild compared to that. That's mild. But nonetheless, you get the idea. David Melford says the white helmets. Thank you. Obviously, I was talking about the white helmets in part, which is an MI6 cutout. You know, military intelligence. Basically, you know, British intelligence. They created the white helmets, and they used it as a propaganda arm against Syria. Right? They gave them an Oscar for some documentary, and so many things that they've said they've used. So again, let me explain. The white helmets is a perfect example of this type of propaganda, because it was very easy to create, very quick, very cheap, doesn't take a lot of effort. And they used it to push this narrative that Russia was bombing hospitals and Syria and Assad and Putin were personally dropping barrel bombs on civilians and all of these things. They even faked a gas attack. Again, the Duma 2018. The people who work at the hospital said, like, we don't know who these people are. They showed up all of a sudden and they started filming and doing all this weird crap. We didn't treat anyone for gas attacks, any victims of a gas attack. They didn't show the symptoms. So they create all of this theater to push this narrative that, you know, Russia is evil and Syria is evil and they're strictly bombing civilians because they get, you know, they orgasm from that. And Bashar al-Assad, who is a doctor himself, goes and bombs hospitals specifically because he hates them. And they just want to burn the entire country. And so that's a lot of the narrative that they've pushed. So I'm not surprised at all that they try to emulate some of that stuff here with Ukraine. And again, it could also be some people who are just, you know, they're just, for lack of a better word, they're stupid. They didn't check what the footage was and posted it. But the fact that they leave it on there is really telling, because if you said something of the same caliber, made a same, accusation or leveled a similar charge against the U.S. military or the U.S. government, they just delete it because they don't want you to talk badly about Uncle Sam and his minions, right? And the white helmets, I mean, again, it's a British intelligence cutout. Le Mesurier, he's the British intelligence guy who created it in Turkey, and you gobbled up all these foreign funds and bankrolled by Western governments. And it's a huge propaganda arm of the war on Syria. Make no mistake, the people who are still in denial about this, you know, they really need to get their heads checked. We have all the documents, we have all the proof. This is ARC, Incostrat, all of these British intelligence fronts. They're fronts, and they're fake companies that are created to funnel money to the propaganda arm of the war on Syria. That's what it is. So I'm not surprised to see same things in Ukraine. But again, I really hope that it's going to stop and they reach an agreement. AIM XL says TYT is a poorer and trashier version of CNN. Well, you're not really wrong there. So let me continue. I mean, that was really stupid with posting this video because she's really well known, Tamimi. She's known all across the Arab world. Like, who do you think you're fooling? That's so easy to... I mean, the uniform, just look at the uniform. It's an Israeli uniform. Does that look like fucking February in Ukraine to you? People out in t-shirts? Are you serious? In Ukraine, in February. Who believes this shit? It's incredible how gullible people are. Jesus Christ. No wonder you get lied into fucking wars. Okay, so, guys, I got a huge, important segment for you in just a moment. I just need to go to the bathroom quickly, and I will be right back. You guys go get yourself something to drink, take a bathroom break as well, and we'll reconvene in 2 minutes. This is a big one. This is an important one. I saved it for last because it's extremely crucial. And again, thank you to everyone who signed up on Patreon to support my work. I'll just leave the link up so you can donate if you want. And I'm very grateful. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere. All right, guys, we are back. I hope everyone is here, back from the potty break. The potty break, oh boy, yes, I'm in a bit of a wee. This next one is really just so unsurprising, honestly. I mean, this next segment, I saved it to last because it makes me so angry. I just want to shit on all over them. Really, they're such hypocrites. Anyway, give me a minute. I'm just setting up the next thing. I want some juice, man. I really need something to drink. You guys are very kind. I'm actually curious. We are 700 people watching now. How did you guys all find the live stream? Did you get a notification? Did you get the email from the newsletter? How did you get notified? Because I want to make sure that you guys are always here. And we always have so many of you watching it live. I really like it. So just tell me how you... RSFO says stay caffeinated. I'm trying. I should get coffee, actually. I have none here. Thank you. Miguel says notification. Harpia says Patreon email. Yes. See, that's why I always send it on Patreon as well. Pat Nick says I got it from email. Did you get an email from YouTube or from me? Because when I go live, YouTube emails me as if I don't know. I know I'm live. I wanted to email you guys. So notified, YouTube notification, Rockfin email. That's great. That's wonderful. So when you guys say notification, you're saying the YouTube app notified you. That means you have the bell switched on, right? I love you. Thank you for that. YouTube actually tells me how many of you have that on. I'm going to check on you. I'm going to look at it right now. Let's see how many of you have it on. In here, it should tell me. Let's see. So apparently, 16.5% of you have all notifications on, but there's only 9.5% who have it, have the YouTube app sending an actual notification. Come on, man, these are rookie numbers. Let's go. Make sure you hit the bell so we can, beef that up and get something going here. So, in any case. Let's start with I'm talking about the bell, by the way, next to the subscribe button. So that's all you need to do. Anyway. Hold on, I'm going to drink some juice. Give me a moment. All right. Got to stay hydrated. Same for you. I'm watching you guys. Take care of yourselves. Okay. Again, I mean, what I'm about to show you, you're not going to be surprised, but, it is what it is. Okay. Show you. So amid the conflict in Ukraine, you have a bunch of people in the media, politicians, everybody encouraging Ukrainians to resist against the Russians. Right? And I want to show you what I mean. You have, for example, over here, George Takei saying, the Ukraine resistance makes this old heart soar with hope. And here's a post with the Ukrainian president saying, this is what true leadership looks like. The bravery of the Ukrainian president has refused asylum in favor of fighting for his country. And then you can see here that they're making Molotov cocktails, right? So there's a brewery in Lviv temporarily halting beer bottling to make Molotov cocktails. And they have all of these videos showing people making Molotov cocktails. you know? A Molotov is basically, it's a bottle filled with, I'm actually not sure, do they put fuel or alcohol in it? But the point is, it's flammable, you light it and then throw it at tanks or whatever it may be. And you have all of these people in Ukraine who are making these Molotov cocktails all over, and people encouraging it, you know? This is like 24,000 likes, this video, 500,000 views. And then here, people are readying Molotov cocktails in Dnipro, right? Everyone is celebrating them. The New York Times posted a video of people making Molotov cocktails, ready to resist. Right, so everybody is in agreement that the Ukrainians should resist. They're saying that their country was invaded, there's a foreign occupier. Good. Make Molotov cocktails, take up arms. The Ukrainian government was handing out thousands and thousands of weapons to anyone who take them. You just walk up and you pick one up and that's it. And that was celebrated in the mainstream media. And here, they're celebrating all over social media and in the mainstream media, people making Molotov cocktails, right? And they were even saying that you can learn how to make a Molotov cocktail online. You had people drawing diagrams and teaching Ukrainians how to make Molotov cocktails online. And not just that. If you want to, you can now go online and literally buy weapons for the Ukrainians. And that's not a joke. This is the Ukrainian embassy in the Czech Republic. And on Facebook, they said, "We are setting up an immediate relief account for the defense of Ukraine. We call on all to financially support the fundraiser for immediate assistance in procurement of military equipment for the Ukrainian army and citizen self-defense units." So you can go on right now and crowdfund military equipment, weapons for the Ukrainians, because the right to resist is so important and that everyone should be involved internationally, right? So not only foreign fighters can go there, but you can also donate. So I'm really happy. I'm really glad that everyone finally agrees that you have the right to resist when someone invades your country. Now, do you think these people will afford the same privilege to Palestinians? What do you think would happen to me if I created a fundraiser online to buy weapons for the Palestinian resistance? What do you think would happen to me? I would be charged as a terrorist and put in prison. Same for you. And this is like, the hypocrisy is unreal. It's absolutely unbelievable. I'm at a fucking loss for words. I'm at a loss for words. What do you think would happen if you went on social media and started posting, trying to teach Palestinians how to make Molotov cocktails? What do you think would happen if you went on social media and said that it's so brave that a Palestinian blew themselves up to save their country and to fight the enemy, which is one of the stories that we're seeing, that a Ukrainian, he had no other choice to stop the Russian tanks except to blow himself and this bridge up. What do you think would happen if someone in Lebanon said that? Or someone in Syria said that? Or someone in Iraq? What about Iraqis who are fighting the American occupation, the British occupation, the coalition of the willing that invaded them? Do you know what they call them? Ukrainians are freedom fighters. But if you, an Arab, or someone in the global south, you resist Western occupation, they call you a terrorist. Isn't that a funny double standard? Just the last couple of months, we saw Australia and the United Kingdom banning Hamas, banning Hezbollah. You know, the EU has already banned them. In most Western countries, they've completely outlawed these organizations to the point that it's not just the military wings, it's also the political parties. So if you express support for Hamas, for their struggle against the Israeli occupier, that could be punishable. Like, that's a criminal offense in the UK, according to Priti Patel, the Home Secretary, right? You can go to prison for that in countries like Germany, for supporting Hamas, for supporting Hezbollah, which are by name, it's literally in the name, they are resistance groups, right? Like Hamas is the, I totally blanked out. Hamas is the Islamic resistance movement, right? So Harakat al-Muqawamah al-Islamiyya, there we go. So it's in the name, the Islamic resistance movement, Harakat al-Muqawamah al-Islamiyya. And Hezbollah, the name is Party of God, but it's still a resistance movement. Hezbollah was created because the Israelis invaded South Lebanon. And so in order to kick them out, Hezbollah rose up, and there you go. It's a political party and a military, de facto military wing as well. So can you explain to me what the difference is between those two? How come Arabs are called terrorists? How come they call Hezbollah terrorists, Hamas terrorists for fighting the Israelis, but Ukrainians are not terrorists? They're freedom fighters? How does that work exactly? Can someone explain that to me? Huh? I want to know. I really want to know what the difference is. Because from what I can tell, the Israelis have been occupying Palestine for way, way longer than 4 days. Okay, and the Russians have actually said they're not going to occupy Ukraine. We'll see. We'll see. But the struggle of Palestinians is certainly way, way, way bigger, right? And way longer. So someone explain to me how that works. I'd really love to know. Why is the struggle of Palestinians worth less? Why is the anti-colonial struggle worth less? I really want to know, man. I really want to know. I want to know what the fucking difference is and why the hypocrisy. I want to know this over here, like these kinds of comments that, you know, suggesting that we do nothing to support a country that is being ruthlessly invaded doesn't make you anti-war. Thank you very much, Marianne. When are you going to start sending weapons to Hamas? Will you make a donation? Maybe a donation for the Syrian army. Who knows? They're all fighting the same enemy. All right? Israel's occupying the Golan Heights, bombing Syria every week, financing and aiding Al-Qaeda, giving them medical assistance. The United States is occupying Syria's oil fields. So I'm very glad, Marianne, I'm very glad, mainstream media, that you people support the right of Syrians to go and throw Molotov cocktails at U.S. troops in Syria who are occupying their country. Thank you. You're very, very great. And the same thing with Iraqis. I'm glad that you don't see them as terrorists anymore. Right? Man, the hypocrisy is unbelievable. Like really, really just really unbelievable. And you know what makes me laugh? You had people who are in... So you had people in so-called Israel. Let me show you this. You had Israelis who were protesting against Russia, and you had some of them burning their Russian passports in protest. And you might be thinking, wait, what? A Russian was protesting Russia? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. What do you think Israelis are? Where do you think Israelis come from? They certainly don't come from Palestine. A lot of Israelis are Ukrainian and Russian, and they have dual citizenship. So someone like my cousin Roni doesn't even have one fucking passport, never mind two. So these people have two passports, and they take your home, and then they kill you and beat you and bomb you for resisting. And then they have, I mean, the irony of this, the fucking irony that Israelis are protesting the occupation of Ukraine by Russia. Where are you protesting this again? Oh, that's right. You're protesting occupation while occupying Palestine. Wow, you people are really fucking geniuses. Total geniuses, right? That makes a lot of sense. Man, I am speechless. All of this hypocrisy has rendered me speechless. I can't even keep up. It's really just unbelievable, you know? It's really just unbelievable. And so I want you to remember this the next time they call Palestinians terrorists, or you hear on the news that Hamas is a terrorist group, or that Hezbollah is a terrorist group, or that anyone who fights American and British and Israeli occupation is a terrorist. I want you to remember how much how much support and the outpouring of support that you have in favor of Ukrainians. I want you to remember that. I want you to remember that very well, so you can recall the hypocrisy, so you can really feel the hypocrisy of these people in the mainstream media, the politicians, the people everywhere. You got tons of people, independent media, whatever the fuck that means nowadays, but especially leftist, right? I don't know what that word means in the US. Progressive? What does that mean? But apparently they're totally up in arms for Ukraine. But, you know, when Palestinians are struggling, when Palestinians are suffering under occupation, they don't say shit. When Syrians are under occupation, they don't say shit, right? They won't even touch Syria because putting Syria, my country's name, in their fucking YouTube title, you know, gets them a little less money, a little less clicks. Oh, poor you, right? All of a sudden, I guess resistance isn't important, right? I guess fighting occupation isn't important. Talking about it isn't important. Interesting. Really interesting. And of course, all these countries that are sending weapons to the Ukrainians, right? Like the EU that we just talked about, and the EU states, rather. So you have here Netherlands, Denmark, Sweden sending weapons, including Stinger missiles to Ukraine. And of course, I showed you before that Liz Truss, the Foreign Secretary, is encouraging people to go and fight in Ukraine. I wonder what they would do if you went to Syria to fight with the Syrian government to liberate Syria from the jihadists. I wonder how they would treat you when you came back. Because apparently there are people who fought against ISIS with the Kurds, and even they are treated like crap, despite, you know, fighting the same enemy. Wow. Wow. You know, there is a silver lining to this Ukrainian crisis. I'm really happy that it has brought out and exposed so many fucking hypocrites. You know, you got all these people now on social media, in independent media, in government positions, saying that armed resistance is good. We support Ukrainians' right to take up arms and defend their homeland and liberate themselves from Russian occupation. We're going to even send them money. You can crowdfund online now to buy the Ukrainians weapons, right? You can go right now to Ukraine and fight with them against the Russians. And the British Foreign Secretary encourages you to do that. You can go online and send money to buy guns to kill Russians with, right? But if Palestinians do that, they go to jail. They're called terrorists. If you go and fundraise now to help Palestinians liberate themselves from Israeli occupation, you will be called a terrorist and you will be locked up in jail. So armed resistance is okay as long as white people do it. If brown people do it, if Muslims do it, if people in the Middle East do it, then they're terrorists, right? And the sovereignty, I'm so glad you care about sovereignty now. I'm so happy that you care about territorial integrity, right? That you love people respecting others' borders. I'm really happy, you know? Does that mean that the Biden administration is now going to reverse Trump's decision to recognize Syria's Golan Heights as Israeli? You fucking bet he won't. You fucking bet he won't. So, you know, sovereignty is important and territorial integrity is important, but as long as it's for Ukraine. If you're Syrian and Israel is bombing Syria every week and taking the Golan Heights since 1967, occupying the Golan Heights, well, sovereignty doesn't matter anymore. That doesn't matter. You shut up. You're an Arab, you're a Muslim, you're global South, you don't count. And refugees, right? Refugees who are white, blonde hair, blue eyes, that's okay. If they come from Ukraine and they're Europeans and they're civilized, as they say, right? But if you're brown, no, thank you. We don't want you. We only want these refugees. Sorry, you know, they're civilized. You're not civilized. If you come from Somalia or Syria or Afghanistan, you don't matter. Apparently you're worth less and your cause, you seeking refuge is apparently worth less. I mean, I'm really disgusted by this. This is fucking incredible hypocrisy. Absolutely incredible. It's absolutely incredible. It really angers me. Thank you, Patrick, for the donation. I appreciate it. I hope I didn't miss any of you guys' super chats. We got another one over here on Keep It Real on Rockfin. Says, great job. Thank you. I appreciate it. We have... just give me a second to check everything because I don't want to miss anyone. Oh, that's great. We have more people who signed up on Patreon. I mean, I'm absolutely blown away. Do you know how many people we are now? 507. 507. I mean, it's unbelievable. We were 480 or something earlier. 507. Thank you so much to, 1 second, I just lost your names there. Thank you to Mansoor. Thank you, Mansoor, and thank you, Lisa. I appreciate it very much. This crab dance goes out to you. Everybody, show them some love.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Hey! Thank you so much. That was incredible. I don't know how many crab dances we played today, but it is good to lighten up the mood a bit, given all the negative stuff we're talking about. I mean, it's really not the most, not the happiest, but you guys make it, you guys make it better, and I'm happy you're enjoying the show, and I can't even keep up with how many of you have joined. There's just, I'm drowning in notifications. Thank you so much. That is really incredible. Wow. So again, I'm going to plug the show again. In case you want to support my work, it's up to you. Everything I do is free. I don't do paywalls or stuff like that. But in case you want to, and you can, if you can afford it, you can donate for as little as you want. $1 a month, €1 a month. Makes no difference. You can put in any amount you like. I'm very, very grateful. Again, everything is always free. I don't do paywalls or whatever. In case you find what I do informative, you learned something, you enjoyed it, then I'd really appreciate it. And of course, there's PayPal and things like that if you want. But most importantly, I'm happy that you guys are tuned in. I'm really happy. I want to know, again, I want to maybe do a poll to see where you guys joined in from so we can make sure that next time all of you are still here. I want to make sure you get this notification because sometimes YouTube really throttles the stream. There's like 100 people only. I mean, I'm happy with all 100 of you, but it should be more than that given the subscriber count. So I'll just make this poll quickly. I'm going to say, how did you know I was live? How did you get notified about this stream? And I'm going to put underneath YouTube notification, email. Here's another one. I'm trying to think what other options there were. The newsletter and, well, I don't know. Let's just here we go. There's the poll. So thank you very much to Yana. Says, morning. Thank you for your great work. I've been watching you since 2020 about the Assange case. I'm glad to hear the voice of reason in this heartbreaking situation. From Russia, with love from Ukrainian, Russian, Jewish viewer. That's beautiful. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it that you've been watching for so long, and just thank you. I'm happy that I'm reaching people also in Russia and Ukraine. I mean, I don't know if you're there, but you are from there, and that makes me very happy that you found the coverage good. There's no better compliment than someone saying they learned something or you cover their country correctly, So that makes me happy to hear that. Patrick says, when a white man in the world says, give me liberty or give me death, the white world applauds. When a black man says the same thing, he's judged a criminal. Yep. I mean, absolutely. I'm really just angry about this whole situation. I'm really angry about the hypocrisy, because this Ukraine crisis has really brought out the double standard and the hypocrisy in everyone, from corporate media to politicians to people in social media. They want to support Ukrainians' right to resist. If you want to take up armed resistance in Ukraine, that's totally fine, right? They're even going to go and crowdfund the weapons for you online, and they're even going to come and fight with you. And they're going to help you in every way possible. They'll teach you how to make Molotov cocktails online and glorify your resistance. But if you're a Palestinian, well, screw you. You know, you are a terrorist. If you're an Iraqi or Syrian and you're resisting the Israeli occupation or the American occupation, you're a terrorist. Wow. And then when it comes to sovereignty, right? They want sovereignty and respect sovereignty for Ukraine. And they respect its territorial integrity. What about Syria that gets bombed every week by Israel? What about Syria, the Golan Heights that are occupied by Israel? What about northern Syria, northeastern Syria, occupied by the Americans, occupied by Turkey? What about Iraq, still under U.S. occupation? They don't have a right to sovereignty? Huh? Where was all of this outrage when you destroyed half the Middle East? You set the Middle East on fire. Libya, Syria, Somalia, Yemen, Afghanistan. I can't count anymore, man. Millions of people turned to refugees. Millions of people killed, displaced. And speaking of refugees, look how they treat them. The people are saying we'll accept white refugees because they look like us. They're civilized. Oh, and Syrians and Iraqis and the people whose lives you destroyed, they're not civilized? What? They don't deserve to seek refuge? What kind of bullshit double standard is that, motherfucker? The whole point of being a refugee is that you're taken in and you're protected, no matter where you come from. But then you got these racist hosts on TV talking about, well, you know, it's okay, it's normal for war to be in Iraq or Afghanistan, and we'll take in the Ukrainian refugees because they look like us. They have blonde hair and blue eyes. What the fuck is that? They're just like openly racist. And that's the thing. This Ukraine crisis is really a mask-off moment because you are seeing the implicit hypocrisy, how they have so much outrage and the whole world is defending Ukraine, but they said nothing about Iraq and Syria and Libya and all of these countries which they destroyed. And then, of course, you have the direct, explicit hypocrisy, the explicit racism, that somehow it's acceptable for Iraq and Afghanistan to have war, that it's somehow acceptable to just take in white refugees and stop the black people who are fleeing from Ukraine and stop the Syrians and the other Arabs who are coming in to seek refuge. I am so disgusted. I'm so disgusted by all of this double standard. It really makes me angry. And every day, it's in the media, it's from the politicians. You know, they want to do everything to give Ukraine weapons, to help Ukraine resist the occupation. Where is that support? Where is that energy for the Palestinians? Why do you call Palestinians terrorists when they do the same thing? And they've been living under occupation much longer. Why do you call them terrorists? How come the Ukrainians are freedom fighters, but the Arabs who resist foreign occupation, they're terrorists? What kind of bullshit double standard is that? Fuck that, man. They don't even try hiding it anymore, you know? They don't even try hiding it. It's just straight up hypocrisy. Here, I wanted to show you something. I wanted to show you a clip from... This is going to blow your mind. Seriously, man, these fucking progressives are so cheap, you know? They literally stand for nothing. They're a bunch of State Department socialists, you know? They're appalled by Ukraine. Where the fuck have you been? You living under a cave? Have you not seen... You know, and actually, speaking of Ukraine, like, they don't care about the other Ukrainians, the Russian speakers, the ethnic Russians who've been killed in Ukraine. They only care about it when the media make them care about it because, you know, they want to antagonize Russia. But, you know, those 80% of casualties who were in separatist-held areas in the last 3 years, apparently they don't mind. You know, it's always, let's pick and choose which Ukrainians we care about. Let's pick and choose which Iraqis we care about. Let's pick and choose which Syrians we care about. Disgusting. All right, take a look at this video. I actually wanted to play this to you earlier, but this is a really, really interesting video. And this is from political scientist John Mearsheimer. And he predicted exactly what's happening now in Ukraine back in 2015. Listen up.
But I actually think that what's going on here is that the West is leading Ukraine down the primrose path. And the end result is that Ukraine is going to get wrecked. And I believe that the policy that I'm advocating, which is neutralizing Ukraine and then building it up economically and getting it out of the competition between Russia on one side and NATO on the other side, is the best thing that could happen to the Ukrainians. What we're doing is encouraging the Ukrainians to play tough with the Russians. We're encouraging the Ukrainians to think that they will ultimately become part of the West, because we will ultimately defeat Putin and we will ultimately get our way. Time is on our side. And of course, the Ukrainians are playing along with this. And the Ukrainians are almost completely unwilling to compromise with the Russians and instead want to pursue a hardline policy. Well, as I said to you before, if they do that, the end result is that their country is going to be wrecked. And what we're doing is, in effect, encouraging that outcome. I think it would make much more sense for us to work to create a neutral Ukraine. It would be in our interest to bury this crisis as quickly as possible. It certainly would be in Russia's interest to do so. And most importantly, it would be in Ukraine's interest to put an end to the crisis. Thank you.
So you heard the man. He's very clear, and everything he said in that talk came true. So again, you have a lot of clowns, who do politics and think that because they talk about politics, like some shitty DNC stuff, that they suddenly have to opine on Ukraine. And dude, stay in your lane. I'm sorry, no one is perfect, but really just don't talk about Ukraine if you're going to leave the whole geopolitical context out. This isn't about Vladimir Putin and whether he was loved by his mother as a child and if he has a fucking personality disorder. This is about you failing to comprehend that Russia is a fucking country, the largest country on earth, has the most nukes on earth, and was promised by the West in 1990 that NATO would not expand anymore. And NATO broke that promise. And you can't just fucking bully people and coerce them and keep prodding a bear and then get mad when the bear wakes up. So adding Ukraine to NATO, that's the final straw. You already got away with adding, the other 5 countries that currently border Russia. What do you think you're doing? The United States would do worse, and the same people would find a way to justify that. The same people who say this is Kremlin talking points. No, it's basic fucking geopolitics, you clown. The people saying that would find ways to defend the U.S. if the shoe were on the other foot, right? And people still do with the Cuban Missile Crisis. They say, well, of course there was almost a nuclear war. You parked your missiles near our border. Oh, but it's okay for you to park your missiles on Russia's border? Get the fuck out of here with this double standard bullshit. No one's buying that anymore. No one is buying that crap from you. And these State Department talking points that these fake-ass socialists and progressives want to repeat, they're dunces. They don't know anything about anything. It's embarrassing. And here, what this video that I just played to you, right? Political scientist John Mearsheimer, he really nails it. He says that the best thing would, for everyone, and it would be in everyone's interest, especially Ukrainians, but also the West, and of course Russia's, not to have Ukraine in NATO. And again, what's really funny here, how you can see how the West treats its friends. No one is going to defend Ukraine right now. NATO ain't sending troops. And they never accepted Ukraine as a member. So they kept teasing Ukraine, dangling this membership to antagonize Russia. And Russia called their bluff. Russia called their bluff. Say, you want to fuck around? You're going to find out. And unfortunately, who pays the price? It's Ukrainians. It's not the Americans. It's not the Europeans. They sit comfortably back in their home countries, and that's it. And then they have the stones to talk about, defense and security. No, you are destabilizing the fucking planet. The biggest threat on the planet right now, the biggest threat to world security, world peace, is the U.S., is NATO, is Israel, is the UK. For centuries and centuries, we've been bullying people, colonizing them, coercing them, this neo-colonialism continues to this day, and we want to impose on others what we think is in our benefit. Yeah, but that doesn't work with Russia because Russia ain't fucking around. Russia is not Syria or Iran or whoever you think you can bully. And by the way, they get their asses kicked there too. They also got taught lessons, but in their own ways. But this is not some tiny island nation or republic that you can just bully. you are playing with fire, and the energy crisis in Europe is going to get way worse if you go too far and start removing Russia from SWIFT completely, imposing more economic sanctions. No one is going to get hurt except the Russian civilians. That's number one. You know, Putin is not even going to notice any changes because of sanctions. His standard of living stays the same. He's good. You know, he's got it good. And that's the same for all leaders. The sanctions don't affect them. It's the population who are in trouble. And going too far with the SWIFT stuff, Putin answered you. He said, you better not fuck around. You better quit. See my nuclear arsenal over there? That's what he's saying. You need to calm the fuck down with this, let's remove Russia from SWIFT. You're dreaming. I think that's what that's going to do is it's going to end up with Russia. You're going to end up with Russia continuing the SFPS, I believe it was the alternative to the SWIFT system that they have with China, and bringing other countries into the fold. And that's going to contribute, ironically, it's going to contribute to the demise of Western and American hegemony, especially monetary hegemony. Russia has been de-dollarizing its reserves since 2014 because of this specific threat. They knew that it would come back, and it has. So they've been diversifying and trying to get more sterling, more euros, more gold. And they've kept that gold in Russia because they're smart. But, you go too far, that's not going to end well for anyone. For anyone. Again, I really think we should listen to what he was saying again.
Is that the West is leading Ukraine down the primrose path. And the end result is that Ukraine is going to get wrecked.
Exactly. This is exactly what I've been telling you. NATO, the West, has been leading Ukraine down a path where they get wrecked. I told you, who's suffering from this? Who is caught in the middle? Who is the sacrificial lamb? Who's the pawn? It's Ukraine.
And I believe that the policy that I'm advocating, which is neutralizing Ukraine and then building it up economically and getting it out of the competition between Russia on one side and NATO on the other side, is the best thing that could happen to the Ukrainians. What we're doing is encouraging the Ukrainians to play tough with the Russians. We're encouraging the Ukrainians to think that they will ultimately become part of the West because we will ultimately defeat Putin and we will ultimately get our way. Time is on our side. And of course, the Ukrainians are playing along with this. And the Ukrainians are almost completely unwilling to compromise with the Russians and instead want to pursue a hardline policy. Well, as I said to you before, if they do that, the end result is that their country is going to be wrecked. And what we're doing is, in effect, encouraging that outcome. I think it would make much more sense.
That's it. You heard the man, and he predicted it exactly. And again, you can go and listen to some corny, lame-ass clowns who think they figured it all out, and this is all about Vladimir Putin's fucking personality, and he's so greedy, and all this cartoon character, comic book, evil bullshit. This is really how neoconservatives view the world, and it's so funny seeing progressive. I'm a progressive, falling for this and parroting it, right? Because they see the world is divided into good and bad, and we are the good people, and Putin is bad, and it's not Russia, it's Putin, right? It's Putin's war. It's Putin we have to go after. It's they turn it into an individual's issue, a personality issue, instead of respecting the very real, legitimate security concerns that Russia has had, that any nation would have, especially a nuclear power of that caliber, and understanding the issue in its geopolitical context. Stop looking at this in a vacuum like it's some high school drama, you stupid, ignorant fucks. Like, I can't believe I have to explain this. Did you learn nothing from the last Cold War? Are you that stupid? C'est pas possible, putain. And again, it's I don't even know what to say, man, about the hypocrisy, the racism, so much dirty shit that is associated with this propaganda. I really am fed up. We know the media is going to be like that. We know, but it's staggering that they are so mask off about it now. They're just like totally, yeah, of course, armed resistance is great, and that's Ukrainians' right. But fuck Palestinians, they're terrorists. Screw the Iraqis and Syrians, they're terrorists. But Ukraine, oh my God, yes, let's donate and crowdfund their weapons for them. Let's teach them how to make Molotov cocktails online. Oh my God, they're so brave. They're so gallant. They're the best. It's totally, I love that they're resisting Putin, right? But then, of course, if other people do the exact same thing in actually much more serious situations where further imperiled than you could possibly compare with Ukraine, they don't care, right? It doesn't matter that Palestinians have had to live through and suffer through so much worse shit. No, you shut the fuck up, you sit down, you accept the oppression, or you're an anti-Semite and you're a Jew-hating Arab. Wow. And, you know, again, with the sovereignty, like, yeah, it's totally fine that Israel has literally destroyed Palestine by colonizing it. You know, it's totally fine that Israel is occupying Lebanon, Palestine, Syria, since decades and decades. Oh yeah, that's totally cool. Screw their sovereignty, screw their territorial integrity. It's totally fine that the U.S. steals, you know, ships from Iran, stops it from trading with Venezuela as a sovereign country. That's totally cool, you know? What hypocrisy, man. Honestly, the hypocrisy is staggering. I really, I'm shooketh. I am shooketh. The weapons, that's really funny, man. I mean, you'd go to jail. Like, you would actually be in jail if you did that. They would fucking jail your ass before you could say free Palestine. You know? They would jail your ass in a second. Forget about it. It's game over. It's game over. Like, again, it's not even a thing. It's not even about weapons. It's even just expressing support. So even just saying that you support the Palestinian struggle, or, you know, Hamas or Hezbollah, like that can land you in jail. You know, even the flag is banned. Like, you can't even show a flag. Can you imagine if the roles were reversed? Like, they would lose it. You know, they would lose it. Oh, sovereignty. Wow, really, that's great. I'm glad you care about sovereignty. All of a sudden, you fucking hypocrites. And the vile racism, you know? This unfettered, uncut, really, this unfettered, uncut, explicit racism that, you know, war is not okay in Europe, but it's okay in Iraq and Afghanistan. That's normal, because we bombed the shit out of it. That's okay. You know, white refugees are okay, but not brown refugees. Jesus Christ, like, they don't even make an effort. It's just a completely mask off. You know, like, yeah, you know, you ain't got blonde hair and blue eyes. Go fuck yourself. We're going to drop a cruise missile on your head, right? See you soon in Iraq. Jesus. And you want to talk about, like, oh, this is Europe. We don't do war. Are you fucking serious? Where was World War I and World War II in the Cold War? That happened in Somalia? Or was it in fucking Europe? Oh, violence isn't inherent to our continent. You know, that's normal with the brown people. Wow. You are fucking special, right? Ukrainians are civilized. They're Europeans. Those brown people over there, no, not so much. Wow. Wow. I thought I'd seen it all, but they just keep, you know, they always find new ways to disappoint and to disgust. Unreal. So let me read your comments, guys. I'm actually looking at the poll. Let's see the results of the poll. I asked you guys, how did you get notified about this stream? 50% of you, around 50%, said you saw it randomly. So I'm assuming you were on YouTube and you saw it randomly. And 50% of you said YouTube notification. Well, that's great. Those of you who got a YouTube notification, I love you. Those of you who saw it randomly, I'm very angry. No, I'm kidding. My point is, you should also hit the bell icon, or at the very least, just sign up on the newsletter. Again, it's not like I just call it a newsletter. It's not a newsletter. I don't spam you every fucking week with stuff. I only send you an email when I go live, or if I post an article once in a while. That's it. The whole point is to notify you when I go live so you don't miss it. I'm going to put the link right now underneath. I think Claudia will be very kind, and she might do it for me in a second. So just keep your eye on the chat. And it's free. It doesn't cost you anything. There you go. Sammy says, done. Awesome. Thank you, Sammy. Iletsi says, I saw it on Twitter. And Allo C'est Moi says, I have the bell notifications on, but I always catch your stream randomly. I'm never notified. Well, there you go. That's one reason also why I created the newsletter. Even those of you who have the icon pressed or the bell thing activated, it doesn't work. That's the whole point. So Dan saw the live stream because a bottle had a note in it and it reached them. I'm glad you got my message in a bottle. Thank you very much, Among Friends. I appreciate it. I'm really happy you enjoyed the show. Tony says it's Substack, right? Yes, the so-called newsletter where I email you when I'm going live is on Substack. So again, just put your email. That's it. You will get every single time I go live, you get an email. And Nathalie says, I found you during Assange coverage on Twitter, and then I looked you up on YouTube. Great. That's wonderful. I'm very happy. MD says there's nothing as brown people. It's been made by Anglo-Saxons and has no legitimacy. Yeah, I know, but that's like what they think in their heads. You know, they have all sorts of colorful terms, right? No pun intended. Give me a second. I'm trying to refresh over here. Well, that was a very informative poll. In any case, and oh, I say, one of you said in the comments that you got here from Rachel Blevin's Twitter post. She works RT, right? She's my colleague, I suppose. She's cool. She's great. I'm glad she shared it. That's wonderful. Oh, by the way, I have something important I wanted to show you. I have something very important I wanted to show you. So I created a online news outlet because there's too much news to cover and I can't do it all. And I wanted you guys to, I wanted to multiply my efforts so that me, not just me, but other journalists can join me in covering politics and social issues and you name it. And so, give me a second just to show you over here. This is like the worst unveiling in history, but I've been streaming for 5 hours, so you'll forgive me. Yeah, take a look. So, over here, smashing out, boy. Okay, wait, I'm going to put the whole thing up so you can see it immediately. Give me a second. Message in a bottle. Yeah. All right. So if you're All right, guys, special announcement. I created a social media online news outlet. This is all me, but I don't want it to be all me, okay? I want to have other journalists doing segments and the likes of this. Take a look. So this video was about explaining the Ukraine-Russia crisis. And it's just a short video. It's like a 2-minute video. And I just started this, and I actually wanted to say that if you are interested in joining, not just as someone who speaks on camera, but also as a writer to do these videos, or if you are good with video editing or graphic design, give me a shout. My email is rmedhurst@protonmail.com. I'll put it below. Send me some of your work, some examples, and I will let you know. I wanna recruit as many people as possible, as many talented people as possible. And you know those long videos where it's like, pick any political issue. It's like about 10 minutes and you don't see anyone talking on camera. They're just narrating and it's a bunch of animations. And that's exactly one of the kinds of videos that I'm going for, right? So I can give you an example. Take this one over here. So yeah, so this one is just completely animated. You don't see anyone, but someone is narrating. You have to write the script, you have to narrate it, and someone has to do the graphics. But this is the kind of vibe I'm going for because I feel like mainstream media has an edge over everyone else because they have resources, right? That's the thing. I want to do things in the same package, in this professional package, but with actual, a narrative, a truth, a viewpoint that isn't the same shit that you hear from corporate media. That's the whole point. I want to multiply my efforts because, there's only so much you can do by yourself. So if you feel you want to join, this is something you'd like to do, part-time or full-time, give me a shout. And I know that was the most the most hyped up unveiling, but I still wanted to show you what I'm up to. And definitely go subscribe. There's a YouTube channel, right? In Context. There's a YouTube channel. There's a Twitter. We just started last week. Make sure you subscribe. And there's daily news on there, and in multiple forms. So short videos, long videos, you name it. And here's the Twitter also, In Context. There you go. So we're off to a good start, I'd say. That's great. Almost 1,000 followers in a week. Not bad. Make sure you follow, guys. And again, I'm more than happy to have talented people come on board. Let me know. All right, give me a second. Martin says, I'll send counsel to negotiate my contract. Bad Phyllis says, will it be on Facebook as well? Yes, of course. It's on Instagram, Facebook, everywhere. Just type In Context and you should find me. So one of you said to post the link. Here's the link to the Twitter. Here's the link to the Facebook. And the YouTube, and everything. Obviously, I'll put that in the description. But how long have I been streaming? A little over 5 hours. So I should have maybe done this at the beginning. Give me a second. I'm pasting all of this below. So,
but this isn't a place, with all due respect,
because I can do most of these things myself. I'm a little bit of a geek, but it's too much. I want to multiply my efforts. That's the whole point. I want to have an independent outlet that's doing, it's not a copy of me, but just platforming other journalists, other speakers, and doing these long format videos. I love them, the animated ones especially. I really love them. So again, I'd be more than happy to employ anyone who's talented, video editing, graphic design, animation, writing, especially anything. I'm more than happy, part-time, full-time, whatever you want. That's great. I see so many of you subscribed already. That's wonderful. Great job. And thank you for that. It is tough at the beginning, right? Like when no one knows it, but and you're just starting out, but I'm hoping that, wow, we just doubled the number of subscribers on YouTube. That's incredible. Thank you very much. Wow. That's great. Thank you, guys. But again, I have no whoever you are, whatever you have experience, you don't have experience. I don't care. If you're good, you're good. And that counts for animation, for video editing, for writing, narrating. Just give me a shout, show me what you've done, and I'll be more than happy to have you full-time or part-time. This is really a big project, and I'm really excited for what's to come. So, yeah. Martin says, another crab dance. Well, that depends. Hold on, let me see my phone. Wait, are you saying that you just signed on Patreon? Is that it? Wow, I see a bunch of you, actually. I can't keep up. We have Devin, Jim, and Alexis. Thank you very much for supporting my work on Patreon. Now you see what that goes toward. And I'm going to play you a crab dance now. Toot sweet. Toot sweet. There you go. Thank you.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحه يعني ماشي نشتغل عادي.
After we lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Hey, thank you so much. If it goes to a black screen after a crab dance, it's likely because I'm getting water or taking a leak, for lack of a better term. But thank you so much, guys. This is incredible. I don't even know what number we're at. I'm losing count, and Claudia keeps updating the graphic, and then it just gets outdated. 510. Wow. So our next goal is 550. The way this has been going already, I'm extremely grateful and impressed. And inshallah, we'll get there too. Thank you very much. We have a donation here from Fate of D. It says, thanks for your content. Thank you. And what symbol is that? What currency? Is it yen? Let me see. I can't see it very well because the screen is a bit far away. Oh, it's a rupee, of course. Indian rupee. I remember in Pakistan, we had rupees as well, but that's, of course, Pakistani. This is Indian rupee. Very, very different. And I've never had anyone donate in rupees, so thank you very much. I appreciate that. Much love to India. Here we've got also Pookie says, damn, I came at the end of the stream again. Don't worry. Everything will be up. I mean, I would have, obviously, it would have been nicer if you're here from the beginning, but you'll catch it next time. And everything will be up. Don't worry. So, thank you. Of course, it goes without saying, thank you for dropping by, Pookie. I appreciate that. You guys are incredible. I'm looking at the stats over here. So many of you have already gone and subscribed to In Context and on the Twitter and the Facebook, everything. Wow. We just hit over 100 subscribers on In Context. I love you guys. That is so great. We were like at 30 a minute ago. You guys rock. So again, for those of you who weren't listening, this is a news outlet. It's an online social media company that I've created. It's not just me. Like, yeah, I've done one video where I'm speaking, but I don't want it to be me all the time. I want other people to speak and write and participate, and it's paid. So, if you are looking for a job and you got experience, show me what you've done. I'm more than happy to bring you on board. All that I care is, if you're good, you're good. That's the only rule. So my email is rmedhurst@protonmail.com. I think we can turn this into something beautiful. Thank you very much. Fantocchio Gaming, I hope I said that correctly, says, I've been following since the beginning of your channel from my other personal account. I love your work, love your passion. Much love from Abu Dhabi. Thank you very much. That's great. I'm really happy when you guys say, I've been watching for 2 years or from the beginning or something. I'm like, wow, thank you. I'm glad I didn't bore you. But seriously, that's really humbling. I'm very, very grateful. Thank you, Fantocchio. And Mehdi says, is there an email to send a template of a type of video for In Context? So, do you mean like do you mean like as a video idea or a script or something, or what did you mean? I just want to make sure I didn't misunderstand. But I mean, if you want to apply, just let me know what you've done before and what you want to do. I just want to see examples of your work. That's literally it. And like I said, we need writers, speakers, who speak on camera, like what I'm doing now, but it will be short videos. And then, people who narrate as well, the longer videos, and animators, video editors. And yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward to it. I think that a lot of you are extremely talented, and I have no doubt that you guys are going to flood my inbox. So I'm looking forward to it. Thank you. And I also see that you guys are subscribing and on YouTube and Facebook. And forgive me, I'm a bit tired. I've been streaming for 5 hours, so I don't have the same energy levels as when we first started. But, you know. Look at Twitter. On Twitter, let me just show you the Twitter page. Over here, we are currently at 887. Okay, so 887 followers. 887 followers. So we're very close, guys. We just need 113 of you to follow on Twitter, and we would finally be at 1,000. At 1,000 followers. That's amazing. So again, remember, we're on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, everywhere. Make sure you follow, because if you like what I do, you're definitely gonna love this, and you're gonna get to see other journalists. I'm kind of keeping some people as a surprise because they're just about to join. I won't spoil who. So yeah, wow. Already 895. Look at you guys. Wonderful. That's great. Thank you. You guys never disappoint, I swear. By the way, the video that I did earlier, just so you can see it. For example, this video I did not upload on my channel here on Richard Medhurst. It's exclusively for In Context, right? So these are the kinds of things that we be doing.
Citing the need to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine. He's talking, for example, about these neo-Nazi groups, like the Azov Battalion, who've been financed by the CIA. Now, this comes just a few days after Russia recognized two breakaway republics in eastern Ukraine, the Luhansk People's Republic and Donetsk People's Republic. The international community slammed both moves as a clear violation of international law and Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Russia claims that the people of the LPR and DPR are exercising their right to self-determination.
So you get the idea. I don't want to play the whole thing, but you get the idea. I think Drew says, here's money for a cockatoo. What's that? Is that a bird? A cockatoo. Says, buy one, please. Well, I'm not sure what you mean, but thank you very much. I appreciate it, Drew. And Dan has sent a donation on Twitter, on YouTube, says, thanks for the work you do. Not a lot of journalists we can trust in the US. I appreciate you. Well, I'm not in the US, but your point is well taken. It's a global thing. And I appreciate that very much. I'm asking Claudia to put all the links for In Context in the chat, because I don't want to stare at the screen for 15 minutes. No, not 15 minutes, but I want to keep talking to you guys. So I think she can do it much cleaner and in just a jiffy. So, how late is it? Where you guys are? What time zone are you in? Because I'm just curious if most of you are joining in from the US or from Europe. Maybe some brave souls out there who were up all night like last time. Whoa! Yo, check this out. Look at you guys. Look at this on Twitter. 921. That's amazing. 79 followers left until we hit 1,000. Isn't that great? That is nuts. Claudia's preparing the links for you. In case you're lazy, you can just click on it very quickly. That is really cool. Thank you very much. And I see, if you're confused, In Context is growing very fast on YouTube. That's wonderful. Again, I'm going to show you the Instagram, although I don't know if they'll let me. Sometimes Instagram is weird. They don't let you use the PC version or something. So I don't know if I can display it. But there you go. That's Instagram. In Context. And and we're at 100 now. I take it you guys will fix that very, very well. I can always count on you guys to fix some numbers, whether it's the likes or the Patreons or subscribers. I love you. You guys are really the best. Thank you. This is the whole way we start, and I appreciate that. Let me read some of your comments. So some of you are saying that Ninja is in the UK, and it says it's almost 6 a.m. Well, I respect the dedication. I'm glad you're watching. Richard Namulala is tuning in from the USA. Larry Fine from Philadelphia. Naveed is tuning in from Scotland. Well done. Thank you very much, Ryan. I appreciate it. K1 says it's almost 1 a.m. You're in New York, I take it. East Coast. Abdullah says 11 a.m. Pakistan. Shout out to Pakistan. I really miss Pakistan. Lovely, beautiful country. Lived there for 3-4 years. Boy Wonder says, can you apply if you're a conservative? I don't know what you mean, like American conservative, in the United States sense. I mean, I don't really care. It just, if you're talented and you're talented. I mean, if you're, for example, going to edit videos or something, I don't really, unless you're coming in to again, I don't know what that means, honestly. In the U.S., for me, the way I see U.S. politics, you have two right-wing parties. Like they like to say that liberals are left-wing. They're not left-wing. They're just left of Republicans. So I mean, what does that mean? Fantoccio Gaming says UAE. Hold on. You said you're tuning in from Abu Dhabi, right? That's great. I've never been, but thank you very much. I appreciate it. Omar says in Zindabad. I've never been to Zindabad. I've been to Islamabad, Lahore, where else? Peshawar, and the Khyber Pass, right? When I was very, 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 very young. Saint says, when will we be hearing from Kyle Ritter again? You mean Scott Ritter? Who was on with me like a few days ago to talk about Ukraine. Well, I don't know. I mean, I can bring him on again very soon if you like. I very much enjoyed speaking with him. I will have someone else this coming week to talk about Ukraine and Russia, and he's just as good as Scott. He's really, really, really well informed. And it will likely be Tuesday, but I'll let you know what time. I will let you know on YouTube with the posts, or I can post on YouTube and tell you, and also by email, I will also let you know so you can tune in. You'll see a scheduled thing. So yes, look out for that. You really don't want to miss that. I'm telling you, like, you don't want to miss that. This guest that I'm gonna have is you will learn more in 10 minutes, just 10 minutes, than watching 15 hours of mainstream media. Look at this, guys. 937. We're very, very close. 63 followers away on Twitter until we hit 1,000. That's really great. That's wonderful. I'm excited. So let me go back to your comments and what you guys were saying. Arash says, is it true Russia and Ukraine will begin negotiations on the Belarus border, or is it propaganda as usual? Yes, I have no reason to believe that it's false. People have said, well, it hasn't been confirmed by the Kremlin. Yeah, but Russia hasn't been saying anything about their movements and about the operation. Except for we're going in and we're raising the nuclear forces to high alert. That's it. Russia is not giving any updates on the operation, so I don't expect them to necessarily confirm it. We'll see. In the next day if it turned out to be real or not. We'll see. But the Ukrainian president said they're going to talk. I don't know why he would. Well, actually, he did make something up, which was with Turkey when he said that they're closing the straits to block Russian ships. That was totally made up. Even the Turkish foreign ministry came out and said that's just not true. So, yeah, I mean, give me a second, guys. Don't forget, I'm going to have everything uploaded for you here. and the whole live stream you can watch in a bit. So that's five and a half hours, close to 5.5 hours. So again, I'm just going to plug the show one more time. You guys are absolutely amazing. We smashed the goal on Patreon. Again, Patreon is a website where you can donate monthly to support my work. You can donate for as little or as much as you like, €1, $1 a month. It doesn't make a difference. I'm grateful for all of your support. And if you just want to send a one-time donation, please feel free to do so on PayPal or something. I'll just leave the QR codes here. You can scan with your phone. And yeah, I mean, that's about it. I would advise you to subscribe on Substack. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything. It's just a newsletter. So you get notified when we go live. So next time when I'm live, you will have an email for sure, and you don't have to worry about whether YouTube is going to notify you or not. So that's very advantageous. And of course, what I would also implore you to do is subscribe on my new news outlet. Right, I started a news outlet on social media, and
if you're confused,
it's called In Context, and you can subscribe here on YouTube. We're almost at 200 subscribers. That's wonderful. So again, if you think you'd like to join, and you know how to write or edit videos, please let me know. And of course, there's also the Twitter. How far along are we? 9:37. Wow, 9:52. Almost there, guys. We're almost there. That's wonderful. Only 48 followers left until we hit 1,000. So thanks again for following In Context. This is a big project that I'm working on, and I want to do it to multiply my efforts because I can't do a million things. I want other journalists to join, to talk about things, to other content creators to join and help make news and write about news and publish videos and all sorts of things. It's a very big project. So yeah, that's about it. I don't want to continue spamming you. I'm very grateful that you all tuned in, and thank you for all of your comments. Just it's great interacting with you guys. I really appreciate it, and I think that was really great chatting with you now. Let me know if hold on one second. Okay, I think I don't know if I was muted, but I'm okay now. So yeah, guys, I don't want to bore you to death. I'll upload all the segments, and the live stream will be up. Again, thank you very much. If you can't donate, which I totally understand, no problem. Just please make sure you hit the like button or you comment. It really helps with the algorithm, and it goes a long way. I'm very, very grateful. Thank you so much, all of you, all over the world. It's really humbling. It's really humbling to do this with you. There's nothing I love more than doing the live streams with you. I think it's great. And I think it's you guys, you're a wonderful community. I really appreciate you so much. So there you go. I'll leave all the links below if you want to donate, and a link to In Context. You can subscribe there if you want. Thank you so much. Be well. Take care. And ma salame.